ابدأ. ميكروفون 6. بسم الله. عندك شغال 6. خلاص اوكي. شغل بلاي من عندك انت عشان تشوف الرجال. حياك الله. ايش هو؟ المايك كيف حتكون؟ اي هنا 6 حبات. اوكي تمام. طب هعلمك حاجه. هنا في زرار اون اوف. ايوه. انت ضغطت عليه ضغطه طويله. شوف هنا هو شغال. دحين ضغطه طويله يطفي.
هلو هلو هلو.
تمام. والستة زي بعض. ميكروفون تيست ميكروفون تيست. تمام. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تيست ميكروفون. تيست ميكروفون. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الليفل اللي جاي كويس بالميكروفونات. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تيست ميكروفون ولا علي شويه. عندك اعلى شويه. انت بتتوطي اذا تبغى كده. تمام. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin in 5 minutes. Please join us in the event venue. The event will start in 5 minutes. Please join us in the event venue. Ladies and gentlemen, the forum will start in 2 minutes. Please join us in the event venue. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. It's a great pleasure to see you all here. My name is Reem Filbi. I'm the head of the KAUST Research and Technology Park. Your Excellencies, professors, ladies and gentlemen, today is a very exciting day for all of us, and we're very happy to see you here. I'm just taking this quick second to welcome you all. Welcome our international speakers and guests to Saudi Arabia. Welcome everybody to King Abdullah University of Science and Technology and to our own Berry Research Park. Without further ado, I hand over to my dear colleague Abdullah Basagir, who is our host for the day. So please enjoy the day and thank you very much.
Thank you, Reem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, our esteemed colleagues and friends of innovation. This is Abdullah Basagir, and I'm honored to be with you today to MC today's Innovation Forum, today's Innovation Districts Forum, brought to you by the Research Development and Innovation Authority, RDIA, in partnership with King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, KAUST. As we gather today, we're not just witnessing a pivotal moment in the growth of Innovation District in Saudi Arabia, but we are also aligning with the ambitious goals set forth by the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, under Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. This vision that is dedicated to diversifying the economy, fostering a culture of innovation, and positioning the kingdom as a global leader in science, technology, and sustainable development. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to RDIA, the driving force behind Saudi Arabia's Innovation District Alliance, for organizing this impactful forum in partnership with KAUST. And a special thanks also goes to our collaborators, including the members of Innovation District Alliance, the International Association of Science Parks and Innovation Areas, IASP, global techno-cluster representatives, and R&D leaders from all around the world. Your participation underscores the importance of this forum in fostering international collaboration and strengthening our collective innovation ecosystem. Welcome, everyone. Today's forum brings us together and brings together thought leaders, visionaries, and experts to explore the foundations and future of innovation districts, focusing on leadership, collaboration, and ecosystem development. It's through these principles that Saudi Arabia will continue to accelerate toward its Vision 2030 objectives. Throughout the day, we will dive into 5 main elements or 5 main themes that encapsulates the essence of the journey. And let me list all of these themes. Visionary leadership in innovation hubs, catalysts for innovation growth, global innovation frontiers, partnerships and ecosystems for innovation success, and last but not least, navigating the future of innovation districts. Thank you for being here, and let's embark on this journey together under the slogan of Pioneering Saudi's Innovation Districts Beyond 2030. And before even jumping to the opening remarks, please allow me to share with you quick housekeeping items in order to enrich your experience in today's forum. Refreshments are available outside of the venue by the entrance. Please feel free to grab some at your convenience. If you don't mind, please put your phones on silent mode. We'll have a break at 12:30 to 2 p.m. for lunch and prayer. The directions to the diner and to the mosque will be supported by our colleagues. And for the tours, we'll have tours toward the end of the day. Please ensure that you submit your interest for any of the 3 tours that we're offering after this event by scanning the QR codes that you can find on each of the tables in this event venue. This will help us organizing the activities efficiently. After the event, buses will be available to escort you to your tours, to your tour locations. And I'll announce toward the end of the day our colleagues who will be supporting us to take you for your tours. For Q&A sessions, we will have Q&A sessions right after each of the sessions that will be delivered today, but not after the opening remarks, definitely. And to be mindful of time, our respected speakers, please allow me to be your timekeeper. So I'll give you signs, or one of our colleagues will give you signs whenever there is 5 minutes left and 1 minute left for your speech. Thank you for your attention, and now let's begin with the program. To officially set the stage for today's discussion, I'm delighted to invite Dr. Hani Chaudhry, the Vice Governor of Innovation Ecosystem Development Sector at RDIA, to deliver the opening remarks. Dr. Chaudhry will share RDIA's transformative role in ecosystem development and its impact on advancing innovation within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Hani, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first National Innovation District Forum that is organized by the Research, Development and Innovation Authority, RDIA, in partnership with KAUST. I think it's our pleasure to welcome you all in today's event that is really set the stage for coming years about how we really activate Innovation District and how we can become a national innovation hub and also regional and a global hub for innovation. I really would like to thank first of all, on behalf of Dr. Mohammed Al-Ataibi, the acting head of RDIA, to all who has attended this, will be attending this event, and special thanks to KAUST and all the team that have put an effort in bringing this program together. In the next few minutes, I will be presenting to you some of the highlight how the journey of the transformation of innovation happening in Saudi Arabia and the role of Innovation District that how we envision in this transformation that we're going through. It's quite important. Many of you already know that the research and development and innovation ecosystem is going under huge transformation under leadership of His Royal Highness Crown Prince and the Prime Minister Prince Mohammed bin Salman. It really started the journey in 2021 when he established a Supreme Committee, so-called Supreme Committee for Research, Development and Innovation that spearheads all the innovation agenda and set the priority for our nation, where to focus and what are the areas and set the aspiration also where we envision ourselves to be in 2030 and beyond that. We mandated by His Royal Highness to build a national strategy for research, development and innovation. The work been done for the last 2 years, how we could transform Saudi Arabia to become a global hub for innovation. And one of the aspirations that His Royal Highness has set is to increase our annual spend on R&D to 0.5 of our GDP, which adds approximately around 60 billion riyals. And you could see it's a huge kind of addition and support that to kind of transform the landscape of R&D in Saudi Arabia. Now, during our planning of our strategy for an agenda for national agenda for innovation, he has put a lot of aspirations, how we could enhance our rank and in Global Innovation Index, how we could increase, as I mentioned, expand on R&D from our annual GDP, how we could increase number of researchers in Saudi Arabia. The number is around 140,000 researchers by 2040. Huge, very ambitious targets that have been put for us to kind of work to achieve those aspirations. And in 2022, His Royal Highness has also announced the national 4 priority areas. These are the areas has become the North Star for us, where we focus our R&D activities, which is health and wellness, sustainable environment and essential human needs, leadership in energy and industry, and economies of future. Now, although these sounds like very high and very broad area of priority, however, underneath of each there are specific missions and specific areas there where we really focus and we drive our R&D activities. And this is how we envision how we could build innovation bridges between the communities and researchers and in private sector to kind of drive R&D activities in all those 4 national priority areas. Now, this is all about, the general aspirations that we have, and His Royal Highness, once we built this kind of Supreme Committee and we started working in terms of the national agenda, national strategy for R&D, he also built this RDIA authority. So this is, RDIA is the execution arm of this strategy. Is the Ministry of Science and Technology of Saudi Arabia. We don't have a ministry, so this is the place for those who don't know about Saudi Arabia's ecosystem. RDIA is the similar to kind of NIH or UKRI. However, NIH focuses only on funding, but RDIA goes beyond that in putting policies and activating the ecosystem and bringing the private sector participation to the ecosystem. Now, what is the role of RDIA for those who are new to Saudi Arabia? RDIA is responsible of activating ecosystem, how we could develop RDIA talents, how we could engage with the ecosystem, how we increase participation and the role of private sector in driving the R&D and innovation agenda in Saudi Arabia. We are also responsible in administrative and disperse. We are responsible of competitive funding at the national level, and also in institutional funding, which is the allocation of funds to the different ministries, and deciding where to focus and how we could drive the national agenda. Now, activating ecosystem and dispersing and supporting and providing competitive funding, all these 2 things happen through a mission-driven approach. So we make sure that it's not like every institutions and every researchers and every entity is trying to do their own agenda, but it has to be through a mission-oriented that His Supreme Committee has set within the national strategy. We have existential challenges that we really want to focus on those challenges, and some of those will be announced once the strategy is approved. However, we did not wait for that, and we started already did a soft launch of some of those missions. For example, last month in the Global Health Forum exhibition that we've launched the Cancer Consortium and also the Infectious Disease Consortium. One of the missions that we have is to how we can reduce the prevalence of non-communicable diseases in Saudi Arabia by 50% by 2035, which is ambitious. Not any country have done it before. But the idea is not about achieving that mission by 2035. The idea is how we could direct all this effort that's happening in the area of non-communicable diseases to achieve that target and play a critical role in reducing the prevalence of non-communicable diseases in Saudi Arabia. This is the example of health and wellness, but however, there's other examples that we are focusing in sustainability and others. So RDIA plays a central role of linking with the entire ecosystem, and And this cannot happen in a standalone. So we are building with policymakers, private sectors, universities, infrastructure, innovation sector, VCs, communities, all we work closely together with them to kind of achieve our agenda. Coming to the Innovation District, which is today is our area of discussion. So within the RDIA strategy that we're going to be launching, something we call innovation bridges. And the idea is how we could build bridges between the private sectors and the academia and the universities. And the concept of innovation district or hub or zone, whatever you want to call it, because different people say it in a different way. The whole idea is how we could build a community of innovation next to academia, private sector, a startup where they can grow and work together and foster. Now, the whole idea is to catalyze the growth, building the collaboration, having kind of a central, concentrated area of innovation that can interlink and foster innovation together. Now, there's a lot of examples around the world, and I don't need to give you, many of you already know the importance of innovation district and how economically that can contribute to growth of the countries and the region they are built into it. These are some of the examples, whether it's in kindergarten, whether it's in Beijing or Shenzhen, for example, in China, or high-tech campus in Netherlands. All these has a huge impact when it comes to job creation. It has a huge impact in economical value in terms of contribution to GDP. Many of those startup companies or the large companies like to be close to these regions and focus and settle down. This has become center of gravity for a lot of companies around the world. If you look at Saudi Arabia, we have a very big geographical location, and there's a huge kind of ecosystem that we want to build, whether it's universities, government, private sector. So all this, we really want to kind of consolidate together and build those kind of innovation hubs. The western region is very different than the eastern region. The central region is very different than the north. Each of those geographical regions have a value proposition to be given. For example, if you look at the east side where there's Aramco, KFPM, you could look, there's a concentration of gas and oil companies there. So it clearly shows the kind of areas of excellency that could be built and a district that could be built in those areas. Earlier this year, with the direction with Dr. Mohammed Al-Ataibi, the acting head of RDIA, we've launched in April the National Innovation District Alliance, where we could combine all the effort. Never been done before. This is a very great opportunity where we could sit together and discuss what are the challenges, whether it's funding, policies, and infrastructure, how we could consider it. And I would like to thank all the Alliance members to kind of being patient with us during this year and being very critical for us in terms of how we could activate and support these. And this alliance will really help in facilitating collaboration, communication between us, linking with researchers, and knowing where are the areas we really want to focus. And this is, and it shows you also distribution of some of the innovation centers that we have across different universities, and some of them are already member of the International Association for Science Park, and this shows you, and if we compare us with other countries, we're not doing very bad, we're doing very well in terms of number of regional countries that has affiliated with the International Association for Science Park and areas of innovation authority. Now, during this year, there's been a number of activities. However, so there's a huge kind of improvement that has happened, whether it's affiliation with the International Association, with the activities and contribution that happened during this year. But however, our ambition is much more higher, and we really want to kind of grow bigger and support the innovation district in Saudi Arabia and foster their capabilities in terms of what they can offer to the Saudi Arabia's national agenda of our strategy for RDIA and the economical value they can present to Saudi Arabia. Now, how we could support this innovation district? We can provide them a lot of incentive program, whether it's funding program that we could do, support them with their communication, commercialization of their IP, Building partnership, how we could bring the private sector and policies and government to come in and support those innovation districts. We play as an enabler role in that, providing RDIA supports and services, for example, access to the facility. And something we are very proud of it is the national open lab policies that provides access to over 1,000 state-of-art facilities across Saudi Arabia. How we could link all those facilities to innovation district. As I mentioned about funding program that we have launched several funding programs, but we will have some dedicated funding program for startup within the innovation district, and also infrastructure capabilities in those innovation districts. Now, why we are here today? This is my last slide. I mean, I think, yeah. So this is my last slide, and where the reason we are here today is, I think it's the very first event that we bring all the key players in the National Innovation District together. It's a great opportunity. We have a privilege to kind of welcome many of international global experts in Innovation District. And there's a lot to be kind of work together and leverage each other's Innovation District and university and capabilities. So we are hoping you will be during this day, you will see some of the success stories, some of the what Innovation District have done recently and what their effort is. You will have an opportunity to link with the global experts that are presenting today and mingle with them and learn from them also, and how we could enhance our Innovation District in Saudi Arabia. You will also discuss how we could accelerate the innovation. Some of those Innovation Districts, and they are different in their maturity level, and how we could support those are in a bit early stages and linking with them with those that are very mature Innovation District, and also how we can commercialize. And also at the end, it's all about connectivity. So we learn a lot when we sit together and we discuss a lot. And this is the opportunity where we could meet up together and discuss what are the challenges. And here, RDIA and entire other ecosystem, we have many other players I can see, I know from private sector, from the ministries, from different authorities, and it's a great opportunity to kind of connect with all of those participants today. I would like to end my slide with thanking, first of all, KAUST for kind of organizing this event in our partnership. So when we discussed this with Dr. Hiba, that we should do a national forum, and where should we do it, and the first thing KAUST really raised their hand and said, we want to host this forum. So a special thanks to the leadership of KAUST for kind of hosting all of us in their venue. This will continue. Probably next year we will do this forum in another university. So so that's the idea, that we want to make sure that the member of the Alliance, every time they host this national forum rather than RDIA, because this is for the Innovation District and should go to Innovation District rather than it happens somewhere else. I would like to also thank all these speakers who are traveled across different places around the world to attend and share their know-hows and knowledge and share their insight with us, and also some of our partners that have supported. Last thing, I would like to also appreciation token to all the Alliance members. Again, thank you so much, all the CEOs of Innovation Districts, because for your continuous support. Please, I know that the ambition is very high, and as much we could do, we're trying our best to kind of support you, and we will continue supporting you as we can go. And thank you so much for being here and present. And I think that's all from my side. The whole idea is we want to build bridges of innovation and hubs and communities, and Innovation Districts is the hub and the community that we're looking forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, for your words that highlights the significance of the RDIA's role in the innovation ecosystem development. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Josep Miquel Piqué, the Executive President of La Salle Innovation Park, Tecnova Barcelona, and the coordinator of the IASP Innovation District Alliance. He will present a strategygram for developing innovation districts, exploring successful model cases from around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. PK.
Good. Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you today? Good. I am so happy to be here for different reasons. I feel that in the last 5 years I have been in Saudi Arabia about 12 times, or it means a lot of times, for different reasons. One of them is because I was member of the board of MIDS Foundation, MIDS City. It means, you know, that it's a wonderful project in the city of Riyadh that is developing a new creative innovation district, but also helping the nation with the National Industry Development Program, NIDLIP. And so happy to see how this country is advancing every day, and also is advancing in different points of the nation. And also with people with Technovalley, I was working hard promoting the position of inside ISP, the International Association of Science Park. And when Eva invited me to be here, I was so happy because you were talking about my topic. My topic means if I am working in this world, it's because I was, in this case, the CEO of 22AT. 22AT is the district of innovation in Barcelona. Was starting the year 2000. I was the CEO of this district from 2007 until 2015, and after that I had also different responsibilities. That's the reason why I was a practitioner in terms of the mayor of the city asked me to be the leader of this innovation district. You will see what we were learning from that, but also as a researcher, because I am a doctor in ecosystems of innovation, I was doing a deep research on innovation districts. With Dr. Karina Rapete, we were analyzing all the districts of the world. We were analyzing different elements that I want to share with you because we're learning a lot. And we're learning that something happens when you have a reality. And the reality is the starting point. It could be a brownfield transformation, it could be a greenfield transformation, but in any case, something happened when you want to transform a district, a place, from a new innovation district. And the challenge is that, as you can see, 100 years ago in Barcelona, we had an incredible industrial district. It was, in that case, the Catalan Manchester, 22AT. But after years working very well, we had a degradation. We had a very bad situation in terms of losing competitive advantage, and we had this reality. It was really very hard to see how a place that was a reference in Spain and the world was losing a position, and with that, the mayor of the city, Dr. Claus, was asking, what can we do with that? We can wait that the market will solve, or we will need a public policy for developing in a public-private strategy, more than that, in a triple helix strategy. I will develop this idea. This all industrial land in a new innovation district. Nowadays, Barcelona is a global reference innovation district. I don't know if you have had the opportunity to visit Barcelona and 22AT, but believe me, 20 years ago was let me say the worst and the more dangerous place in Barcelona, if I may. It was a very old town, a very old district with no really economical activities and social activities. We had urban problems, economical problems, social problems. It was the worst place in Barcelona. Nowadays, it's the central place of innovation. In 20 years, we changed. And what we were learning is that if we want to transform reality, we know to know how the future looks like and how can we measure this future that we want and we wish. For the reason, we did a very strong, deeper research analysis of all the papers that were in the world about innovation districts, and we're learning, for instance, that there is a very interesting framework that is the knowledge-based urban development. It's a very interesting framework about how to develop innovation districts, or in any case, knowledge-based economy in urban places. And when you look at that, you need to divide this framework in urban elements, in economical elements, in social dimension, and also in the governance. The 4 dimensions is a very important lesson. You cannot transform something only in the economical dimension, or urban dimension, or social dimension. It must be a holistic approach. But also we're learning that we have to include not only the public and private, also the university as a key role. And why the triple helix? Because university is providing 2 of the 3 key elements that we need for the knowledge-based economy: talent and technology. That combined with finance, investment, we have the 3 ingredients for the knowledge-based economy: talent and technology and finance, like KAUST, like KAUST, and other innovation districts. We did a deep research. These papers are published, in any case, about 22@. We were analyzing the 20 years of 22@. Also, we were analyzing another case of Porto Digital. Porto Digital is a very interesting project, the same like Barcelona, that 20 years ago were starting this transformation. And we were learning that the triple helix was not flat. It's not the same the role at the beginning, the inception moment, than the launching, that the growth and maturity. This is very important, because sometimes we think about triple helix and we see the different kind of leaderships. At the beginning, the public leadership must be there. But at the end, in maturity moments, you have the responsibility of the companies to be more leaders of this situation. But more than that, we have different key performance indicators in the different moments. And this is very interesting. You are not measuring the same in all the phases of the evolution of innovation districts. And with these 72 key performance indicators, we were analyzing with 17 experts from different places of the world, from a lot of them coming from ISP, and we discovered that the 37 key performance indicators that were really the key performance indicators for developing innovation districts were this: in the urban dimension, in the economical dimension, in the social, and in the governmental governance dimension. Important because with that, we see different indicators. Let me show you a little more than just reading this. This is a paper that is published on that. But more interesting is that the performance indicators are not just individuals or not related with. We have a relationship between performance indicators. And when we discovered that was more interesting, because it's not just that you have a land. The land is providing you the possibility to make buildings, the buildings is providing you the possibility to host companies, and if you host companies, you have jobs. That's very interesting. It means that not all the indicators are the same. More than that, you have input indicators, output indicators, and outcome indicators. And in this, you start to connect that you need to work in an holistic way, but also coordinating different indicators. And for instance, let me show you how the intervention area is providing you the potential floor, and you have constructed buildings, and with that, you have a real estate investment. This kind of the triple helix, the real estate investors, are important because without hard factors, you cannot host companies and you cannot host jobs. Good. When we go to the urban level, to the social level, you see the important role of the universities and also how important is housing or social activities for developing a vibrancy. A key word in innovation district instead of technology parks, vibrancy. What is happening in your city? What in the social dimension you are interacting? Talent. Because talent, that is the key role of the knowledge-based economy, is looking for not only a place for working, also a place for living. It's the same person that is commuting for working and for living in the same day, in hours, sometimes in a very short time. And we have to be ready for that, for hosting the people, not only for working, also for living. Not only them, also the families. Because if you have children, you will prioritize that you want a good education for your children, or for your wife, or your couple. It's very interesting because it's a mix for working and living. And with that, we discovered that, for instance, in terms of economy, also the important role of the innovation pilots. Innovation pilots means the place that you can validate ideas connected with investment, startups, knowledge-based companies, and jobs. Why I tell you all of that? This is a complex reality. And we, the innovation district managers, we must be orchestrators of the reality. Because this is not just a science park that you are doing everything. Because you are the owner of the land, you are the owner of the buildings, you are owner of everything. Now, in the innovation districts, you have to activate different agents, university, industry, government, for working together with a common purpose. That's the goal. And the purpose must be connected with the social, economical, and urban transformation, and in this case, in Saudi Arabia, with the Vision 2030. And let me show you that the interesting thing is that all the levels, for instance, the intervention area is providing you the place for the companies, but the universities is providing you the possibility not only of students, also of pilots that will connect with the knowledge-based companies and for connected with the jobs. Or the management can really provide money, investment for the startups that will create jobs. That's the interesting thing. Connecting dots, connecting elements that perhaps we were analyzing in an independent way. Let me tell you that what we were learning is that we have an innovation district that we need to work in different dimensions, but somebody has to manage all the dimensions. For that, ISP was developing the strategygram. It's a tool for making decisions about what kind of innovation district we are developing. And let me start with the social dimension. The first thing is about talent. Innovation districts is about talent. But we can make, and we should make decisions about what kind of talent. It's about attraction of talent or creation of talent. For instance, I have been working in Porto Alegre, in Brazil. They have an incredible universities. They don't have problems of talent. They have problems of retention of talent. Because the people is flying to Sao Paulo. Nobody wants to be in Porto Alegre 5 years ago. Now they are starting to be there. This is a strategy, a decision of a strategy of if you want to attract talent or retain talent. Or in the case of Parque de Innovación in Buenos Aires, the same like Porto Alegre. In Buenos Aires, they have an incredible talent. They have honoris, they have a Nobel Prize, very interesting people. But in the day that after the PhD, they have to come back to work in the nation, they don't have the reality to grow, and they fly to Barcelona. In Barcelona, we have a lot of people from Argentina. We love the people from Argentina. They are very good workers, but if Argentina is not providing the best place for them, they will fly. This is a big responsibility for a nation, but also, if you lose the talent, you lose the gold of this knowledge-based economy, the people. Another element is about social vibrancy. How we interact with the people, what can we provide to the people for engaging with them, not only in the economical dimension, also in social dimension, in terms of music, in terms of food, in terms of restaurants. If you have visited Barcelona, it's a good place, not only for working, also for living, depending on what you want. It could be a football, for instance. In the case of Barcelona, you know, after Messi, it's different, but in any case, it was good. But the idea is how vibrancy. And Glasgow, for instance, Glasgow Innovation District was working very well using the city center as a place for transforming the city and also the economy. When we go to the economical dimension, let me see and let me share with you that we have the level of research-driven or market-driven. For instance, in the case of White City Innovation District, was a very interesting approach. White City, you know, is in Hammersmith and Fulham in London. They had during years the Imperial College of London, in the city, the White, but nothing happens. The Imperial College was working inside the walls of the university. They discover, in this case, the mayor, promoting this new approach was transforming all the district. And they were connecting, in this case, the deep tech with the market. But also, we have another possibilities. It could be deep tech, research-driven, or market-driven, with living labs, a place that you can apply innovation, you can develop new ideas in the reality. Also, another dimension could be that you can be more in the startup focus or in the corporate focus. It's also a big decision, or combining both. In some cases, in the case of Aramco, you were doing an incredible work in Techno Valley. Aramco is an anchor that is attracting. In other cases, you can start to create a lot of startups. In the case of Barcelona, we don't have big corporations. They are more in Madrid. Barcelona is focusing more in startups, creating every year more than 1,000 startups. That's the way of growing. It's not a bad decision. It's depending on your starting point, how you make decisions of your strategy. And also, another point is the specialization. If you want to select some sectors, for instance, health, energy, whatever, or you are more generalistic. Let me go, in this case, this is the case of Spark with more startups, or Adelsdorf in Germany. Another members of the Innovation District Alliance that I had, and I have the honor to coordinate. There is the dimension of the sustainability, that is more about how resilience is your town. In this case of Porto Alegre, they had, you know, the flooding, and they had to manage the sustainability and resilience, but also if you have more hard factors or soft factors. Sometimes you have a district that in the past was an all-industrial, you have to work more in the hard factors. Sometimes you have, like in the case of Melbourne Innovation District, they have already the buildings. It's more a soft factors approach. And the last thing is about the management, the coordination, the orchestration. Who is leading this district? Leading in terms of who is managing and inviting all the members of the triple, quadruple helix to work together. This is the map that we have until now of Innovation District, of Innovation District Alliance. It's interesting to see that you see in Latin America, in North America, also in Europe, Asia, and Australia. But this what we say at ASP, the rising of innovation districts is something is happening in the cities because they realize that they have in the cities a good place for talent, but if you don't have a good strategy, you are not developing the knowledge-based economy. This is important. The cities are a good place, but you have to work in this dimension. Okay, just for summarizing, we are developing places for the knowledge-based economy, but also for the social-based economy. It's a place for working and living. Very important, living and working. Very important, the interactions, the density, the epicenters of interactions between agents. It's not only the cloud, it must be in the earth. It must be in places that you can interact in a better way with startups, with corporates, investors with the startups, all the agents of the ecosystem. Very important because these interactions allow us you to put in the map why this district makes sense, because you can interact with different agents of the ecosystem. This is about clustering. Clustering means selecting in what sectors. It could be energy, it could be food, it could be whatever you decide, but you need institutions to cluster on that, and also a specific collaborative space, like accelerators, incubators, and also places for firms and startups. Good. Just for closing my speech, The Innovation District is a big movement in the world, for sure. I'm so glad to see that Saudi Arabia is now developing a strategy, a comprehensive strategy of Innovation District in the nation. And the more important thing that I was learning in my 20 years of experience on that is that this is about to work together, all the agents in a common purpose. Because remember that innovation starts when we are solving a challenge, but we solve a challenge when we have a purpose. Purpose to be from now to the future that we want to imagine. It means that we will never be anything if we cannot imagine. And the starting point of Innovation District is to dream what future we wish for our nations, our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Peak, for your insights on the strategygram for developing innovation districts. Our second keynote speaker is Mr. Dogan Sherwood, the partner at the Cambridge Innovation Center, with a keynote on global bridges, international collaborations in innovation districts. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sherwood to the stage.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here, and thank you so much for hosting this RDIA and KAUST, and thank you for hosting it in November in Saudi Arabia. This is my first time to the kingdom in the late fall. This is an incredible place to be at this time of year. What a lovely place. So thank you so much for hosting and inviting me to be part of this conversation. My name is Dogan Sherwood. I'm part of an organization called Cambridge Innovation Center, CIC for short. I'm speaking to you to offer a little bit of a global perspective as well as a local perspective on innovation districts. My company has been around for almost 25 years, and so in the world of innovation districts, this is really almost to the beginning of time. Innovation districts as a concept is a relatively new economic tool and an economic model for cities and governments. And so we have been fortunate to be part of this community really since the beginning. And so we're just offering perspectives based on our operations and our life on the ground in many cities around the world. And now that we're having an opportunity to be part of the kingdom, it's really a wonderful time to be talking about this with all of you today. Just a little bit of our history. CIC is headquartered in Kendall Square in Cambridge, Massachusetts in the United States. We were founded by two founders of alum of the business school at the Sloan Business School at MIT. I know that there's a number of MIT faculty here as well, or alum as well in this room. So it's great to be with all of you. We are a company that over the past 25 years, we have been housing startup companies and entrepreneurs in places that are largely anchored by universities in support of local innovation. Our mission at CIC is to fix the world through innovation, and we've been doing that, as I'll share in just a moment, in cities around the world over the past 25 years. We have been fortunate to be able to scale our companies in sizes where we now can sort of claim 10 or 11,000 people who have been housed at CIC over the years. One of the things that's really wonderful about the work that Saudi Arabia is doing is based on Vision 2030. My understanding is, and the understanding that you have shared with the rest of the planet, is that you are pursuing something where you intend to become one of the very top destinations in the world for innovation and entrepreneurship. And CIC, having grown up across the street from one of the most prolific and dynamic universities on the planet for this, it really helps us understand what it is that you're aiming to achieve. CIC has been we've housed over 11,000 companies since our inception, and those companies themselves are quite extraordinary. They've raised collectively nearly $40 billion in carry-on venture capital. We've had a couple of unicorns ourselves. These are very hard to come by, but they're authentic, and when they happen, it's something that you really hold on to for the rest of your life, because it teaches you so much about what excellence really can be and what it's about and who the people are and what they need in order to succeed. The two companies that we really sort of can claim started at CIC and have now reached a global audience are Android and HubSpot. Android is a startup out of CIC, of course, acquired now, everybody knows, by Google, and has become their mobile platform that serves about half the planet. Another company that's not quite as well known, but is very much known to the business community is HubSpot. And I can't tell you the experience that you get from watching one guy walk in the door and then his co-founder walk in the door, and then 15 years later, you see what they've become in HubSpot. And I suspect that a number of you in this room are using HubSpot on a daily basis. And it's just been, again, it's been an education for us as an organization to understand how to support entrepreneurs of that caliber. And that, in no small way, has prepared us to understand really what Vision 2030 represents. We've also been home to a lot of companies on the West Coast of the United States, in Silicon Valley and in Seattle, Washington. Many of these companies, as the story goes, started in places like Harvard University. They drop out of college, they go out west, and that's where they've grown their companies. But inevitably, they find their way back to Cambridge and places like Cambridge, where there's a tremendous amount of academic and talent horsepower. And so CIC has become a landing pad for them. This is where we are as of 2024. So CIC now has office space and labs and maker spaces and fab labs and event spaces throughout the United States. Everywhere that we have expanded in the United States has been to an innovation district. Where we have expanded in Europe and in Asia are in developing innovation model economies, where we're either in a city center or a burgeoning innovation district. I'm here today to help begin the process of filling in the gap in the Middle East. We are very much interested in Vision 2030. The Crown Prince, through this message, has sent a large message to the rest of the world, and we've heard that. And so we have been working hard to become part of the Saudi Arabian Innovation District community for the past couple of years. I want to talk a little bit about some of the experiences that we have seen over the years on more of a local operational level and how to think about the construct of an innovation district at the strategy level. When you think about CIC, in a place like CIC, we have been an agnostic facility that has housed startups. If you're an entrepreneur or you're a startup company or you're interested in those initiatives, we've welcomed you into our spaces. CIC has more than 20,000 square meters of real estate, of shared labs, offices, and event facilities in Cambridge, Massachusetts. That's allowed us to house hundreds of companies, and they run the spectrum of industry and technology. Over time, however, as we've gotten to understand the priorities and really the mission of an innovation district as an economic driver, beyond just a facility that houses startup companies, we've developed an approach that we call the industry-specific hub. And these are more defined facilities and spaces and programs and initiatives really designed to support the strengths of a specific area. So about 10 years ago, we created an organization at Kendall Square called Lab Central. It is now one of the most prolific and dynamic shared wet labs for biotechnology and life sciences companies. We've created an organization called Mass Robotics to help Boston to become a global competitor in the world of robotics. And it's really a merger of the corporate community as well as the academic community with support from the local government to get it off the ground. By the way, I loved Joseph's slide showing the relationship over time between corporate, government, and university participation. I couldn't agree more. And so a lot of these initiatives have been supported by the government in the beginning, and then they've been able to trail off to where these are privately funded, solvent organizations going forward. Oh, let me go, oh, how do I go back? Is there a way to go back? The third hub I want to just touch on here, and this is called the vertical specific hub. We also call it the challenge specific hub. And I think that this is something important for any organization or effort that's trying to become a global competitor. This might not be as important if you were trying to be a regional competitor. But in the case of Saudi Arabia, I know that the intention is to become one of the top markets and top places in the world for innovation, and your innovation districts are one of the key tools for this. The vertical specific hub is something that we really have focused on, where not only are you understanding the key verticals and the key industries that you want to excel in, and Vision 2030 and RDIA have already crystallized a lot of that high-level strategy in those areas of development. What this does is this challenges innovation districts to think at a much more focused, a laser-focused level of understanding what it is that you could be good at. What challenge are you trying to solve in the industry, in the world? And so one example that I'll just offer you is called the Climate Innovation Institute. And this is a project that we're working on in Silicon Valley. And we're working on this with Google. And Google wanted to create a hub for climate technologies. And in a place like in Silicon Valley, with a partner like Google, you would think that they could do just about anything. But at the end of the day, they want to be a global leader in a specific movement around climate change and climate technology. The reality is that there are places all over the world with similar resources and capabilities to Silicon Valley that are trying to become leaders in climate change and climate technology. And so that challenged them to say, what is it that we can do? What can we become and focus on where we are truly an outlier to the rest of the world, where other people are going to take notice who care about the work that we're doing? And so in the case of Google, data center energy management has become a critical issue and a critical driver of their future. And by the way, that is a very true statement for many, many companies and governments around the world. And so Google now with the Climate Innovation Institute are addressing a challenge very narrowly focused around data center energy management. When you do that, when you look specifically at a key vertical, and you have a very accurate, a very narrow understanding of what that represents, you're going to you will have a greater potential to attract the attention of people from around the world, people who are doing the work that you're doing, that care about the work you're doing, and inevitably, one of the key drivers of success at a local level, and particularly around the activation of an innovation district, is to get customers and potential buyers to take notice. If you can get customers and buyers to come be part of the work that you're doing, so many other things are going to follow, in particular, talent and money. And so what we're finding is that the more specific and precise that you can become in defining what you are supposed to be doing, beyond the general categorization of different industries and technologies, the greater chance you might have to become globally recognized as that hub of that type of innovation. This is important, as we've already heard, because there's a lot of innovation districts out there in the world. Not all of them are created equal by any stretch, but there are efforts going on at every corner of the globe to create innovation and to create innovation districts. And it's a result of so many wonderful things and so many challenges. The world and technology are all moving so quickly. In order for the kingdom to reach the intentions of the Crown Prince in Vision 2030, this is the world that you're going to be playing in. And I say that understanding that you have resources and vision that very few places have at that national level. At the local level, this is where it gets really important, because from my point of view, Saudi Arabia has done a really masterful job, frankly, something that the United States could not do based on its systems of management and governance. You've created a vision and layers of leadership at the highest levels that are really quite important and quite aspirational. The local level requires that just as much. These types of initiatives have the potential to change lives and create innovations, but they take years. In order for that to happen, in order for that success to really be sustained, you need that leadership at every single level. In our experience as operators in these districts, this is really just a graphic that sort of shows the importance of that local connectivity. And so you need everybody. That's what these things really require. And they need everybody to show up every single day. And the roles over time will change and the strategies will change over time, but you need the local government. You need the corporate partners. You need the universities. In most cases, and certainly in this case, in the case of the innovation districts in Saudi, the universities are playing such an important anchoring role, and that will never change. And then within the hubs, within the campuses themselves, startups, serial entrepreneurs, events, accelerators, incubators, other types of programming elements, the physical infrastructure, labs, makerspaces, fab labs, event spaces, offices, venture capital, the different types of industry verticals, those customers, those all have to participate both spiritually and very much physically in these spaces and coming to work every day, sharing hallways, sharing elevators, sharing coffee machines. This is a transformation. This is what we have seen over the years and why this is such an interesting time to be in Saudi Arabia working on this work. A long time ago, the idea was to isolate yourself, work on this, don't tell anybody. This is Nikola Tesla's lab in Colorado in the United States. So he hid himself far, far away from anybody else so nobody would take his ideas and build his technologies. Over the years, that has morphed. These are pictures of some of the garage startups that we all know very much. Steve Jobs' garage on the upper right, the Hewlett-Packard garage on the bottom, and then Walt Disney's lab in his garage on the upper left. Today, these are just a couple pictures of CIC spaces in other parts of the world. The big one there is St. Louis, Missouri. That's a space of ours in Cambridge, and on the bottom, that's in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. These are hotspots, these places where we bring people together, really serve the purpose of accelerating connections, accelerating the discovery work, and accelerating, and most importantly, the transfer from IP to commercialization. Bringing people together, working at speed, this is really what's going to drive change and allow you to become more globally competitive. When you cluster, the whole concept of clustering, I hope this is a conversation that we hear throughout today in different discussions. The idea that any one of the institutions that participates in a district could carry the message to a global audience is simply a misnomer. Working together, creating clusters, is really how you're going to talk to the rest of the world. And that's exactly what an innovation district is designed to do. Why is this important? Innovation districts are designed for proximity. One of the things I think that's going to be really important as you develop innovation districts in Saudi Arabia, a place that relies oftentimes on private transportation to get to places, is to solve for the challenge of proximity. This is why single buildings and small campuses are something that we consider to be very important. This is a statistic that this is just a survey that was done a few years ago that looked at the collaboration on patents among MIT faculty and the physical distance in their offices. So the math is pretty simple. The closer you are to somebody, the more likely you are to work together. And that trails off as you get further away. And you see this in companies, you see this in institutions, we've all been part of them. When you're a startup company and you're just 3 or 4 people, information and that knowledge exchange and that energy is just transferable instantaneously. Then you move into 2 offices and 3 offices, and now you're down an office corridor, and then you're on 2 floors of a building, and then all of a sudden you're in several elevators away from your colleagues, and then you're in 2 buildings, and all of a sudden you're in 2 different campuses in 2 different cities. The further away you get, the harder it becomes to communicate and to interact. And so that communication and those systems really get lost or at least diluted. The innovation district as a model is designed for density and intimacy and to maintain and sustain that close proximity with one another as much as possible. And to, of course, allow for those exchanges that are truly serendipitous, where you couldn't simply get if you were working from distances from each other. Bumping into somebody in an elevator, walking down the hall, using the restroom, all of these moments we all understand, those can be as significant as anything that you might design into your day. I just want to share this slide here. This is something that we talk about a lot that looks at it from sort of the city level down to the district. I would actually recreate this if I was better prepared for Saudi Arabia, because you've actually done this at a national level in ways that no other country, as far as I know, has. The consistency of vision and message and execution from the kingdom level, from the Crown Prince in Vision 2030, down to the region, into the city, down to the campus, into the building, and then what happens in that building on each and every floor. There needs to be consistency. The more consistent you are, and the more you share the understanding, the more support your local leaders, the people who come to work every day in these buildings, who get to work on this stuff, the more you will understand what they need, and you'll be able to respond to their work. You have a better chance of reaching this than just about any other market because of the unification under Vision 2030. Again, in the United States, none of the cities that we're a part of communicate with one another. This is not part of a really cohesive national strategy, certainly not one as focused as Vision 2030. So what creates the center of gravity for innovation in a city? A couple things, and I'll just go through these quickly because we talked about these a little bit, and some of these are already quite intuitive to all of you. But placemaking is a really important indicator for us. You can't understate the significance of the actual physical places that you are designing and building. Creating these things not only for entrepreneurs, but for their families. If Saudi Arabia is really going to be effective in its innovation agenda, you're going to be attracting people from other parts of the world. Thinking about this as a cohesive local system is critical. Not only thinking about the lab and the office and the event spaces for your business meetings, but also thinking about your spouses and the children that would move here, and creating green spaces and walkable spaces that are, with lovely residential and retail. These can all be part of the agenda of an innovation district. And in fact, the better you are focused with the local efforts that are going on to develop the community around the district, the smarter the whole operation will become. I oftentimes refer to this as the software and hardware. The hardware is the physical infrastructure. It's building the buildings, it's designing the spaces, it's investing in roads. These are all very expensive and very hard and easy to feel and see when they're happening. And oftentimes, because of that, the software part is overlooked. The significance of programming in these districts is as important as any brick and mortar activity. You cannot create an innovation district without a thoughtful agenda on programming. And that programming can be as focused and specific as accelerators and venture builders and incubator programs or investing programs, or as general as some really wonderful just social networking activities. Oops. One of these programs I'll just talk quickly about is a program that we've created at CIC. And we did this in response to when CIC started in 1999, we were one floor. That allowed everybody to know everybody. We all shared the same coffee pot. We all walked down the same hallways. We all used the same printer. Then we got to 2 floors and 3 floors and floor 4s. And we started to hear from our clients, we don't know each other. We're not feeling as connected to the community as we once were. We're now on 3 continents, and we have 180,000 square meters of real estate. And so how do you build a community? And also, how do you invite people that are not part of the district or CIC into your space to help them understand really the virtues of innovation and startup activity? Again, Vision 20 is not stopping at the university level. This is something where you're trying to really shift the mindset of Saudis at all ages so they understand and can aspire to create companies in the future for them. This is not just an agenda where you're trying to import talent, but you're obviously, of course, trying to also really develop a culture of innovation at that youngest level. And so bringing people and inviting people from the neighborhoods and the surrounding areas is just as important as anything. Venture Cafe is a program that we created 15 years ago that simply brings people in. And there's only 2 things you know when you walk into the door of a Venture Cafe program. This is Thursday nights from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. at CIC. And it's hosted drinks with a program that's dictated by the community, and you can just choose your own adventure when you go there. And there's only 2 things that you know, is the name of the person, their name, and how many times they've been to CIC. And that's really designed to understand who's new and who's been here for a while. And that's just a point of connection and making those introverts and people who might not feel very comfortable in those social things a little bit more comfortable coming to CIC and coming to Venture Cafe. After 15 years, if you were to come to Venture Cafe at CIC on Thursday evening this week, you'd see 400 or 500 people. So that volume really just creates that buzz. We all feel it when we walk into a space. I was at the garage yesterday in Riyadh. I walked in there, and just the hum of energy and people there is really sort of something wonderful. And imagine that with even 2 or 3 times as many people in the space. It just makes you want to be there. It makes you want to leave your home office or go fight through Riyadh traffic to go be part of it. These personal networks are as important as anything that you're going to see in a global outreach effort. The key drivers of startup success that we have found overall are the centrality and number of connections made by the founder and the quality of their advisors. So this really is a game of quality and quantity, is bringing a large mass of people in a central location, but also doing it in a way that really attracts that level of excellence that you're not going to be able to find anywhere else. Ultimately, if you're really going to try to move the needle in Saudi Arabia, this is going to be a key indicator of whether or not you can not only find entrepreneurs and startup companies, but find truly the best in class, which I know is also part of the goal of Saudi Arabia. This is just an interesting marker here for Kendall Square in Cambridge, right by MIT. And so this didn't happen overnight. But MIT, with the picture of the dome right there, that's the campus. That's the engine of innovation in Kendall Square has always been and will continue to be MIT. Without MIT, we would not be who we are today. But Kendall Square would not be what it is today if it didn't have other things participating in there. And for my company, an employee, we have about 200 employees. This is a heat map showing startup activity. Over 25 years, we've worked every single day to create a space that is very special and important to the entrepreneur community. And so over time, that one building that we're in across the street from MIT has become the place that you simply want to be if you're starting a company. And what's special about that is that there are 800 companies now sharing space and services in that building, and it's reached a scale. And not every one of those companies is going to become HubSpot or Android. But if you work with enough of them, you are going to find those companies. And there's going to be a lot of companies in the middle who are incredibly successful and are changing the world in those games. And this is a game of small ball, right? Not every change in the world is going to come from that unicorn. There are hundreds and thousands of small startup companies making a difference every single day. And it's something very special and powerful that none of us could do on their own unless we were concentrated. So how Saudi Arabia's innovation districts must compete to gain global recognition. I want to start by recognizing the Crown Prince's call to action. Moving your R&D as a percent of GDP to 2.5%, 2.4% by the year 2040 is the first step. It is the major step. Innovation districts that have the proper R&D funding are the ones that are going to outperform at a global level. This just shows you if you're going to become one of the top global markets for innovation, and you're going to try to have an innovation district that is recognizable from outer space, that is the level of funding that you need to achieve, and that's why his call to action is so critical. When you look at that at a local level, this is what it starts to look like in the universities. So thanks to the investment that the United States has been making over the years in R&D, you start to see what that means to the universities and the strengths that they bring. And these universities, by the way, all anchor some innovation district. And so the innovation district, the backbone of an innovation district, at least in the United States and the places that we have been part of, are anchored by strong R&D universities. The stronger the R&D university, simply the stronger the innovation district. R&D is not the only thing. CIC expanded to Japan, thank you. CIC just expanded to Japan just a few years ago. Japan is an interesting model for us, and I think that there's some learnings and some cautionary tales that you can take back to Saudi Arabia. Japan has historically been a high investor in its R&D infrastructure. Their culture, however, is quite different. Their R&D has gotten stuck in the academic world, where they create a lot of IP, they create a lot of patents, they create a lot of white papers, and that is really interesting and good work. That is very different, however, than commercialization. And so if you look at the statistic, the R&D expenditure for Japan is incredible. The follow-on capital isn't there. And that tells you that there are not startups that are coming out of the science and the technology discoveries they're doing. And there's a number of reasons that go behind that. And a lot of it has to do with cultural and historical. And they're not a place that has always embraced the idea of high-risk work. I think Saudi Arabia has to really understand this as well, and this is something that we can all learn from. CIC opened up in 2019 in Tokyo, Japan, not because we wanted to expand to Japan, but because Japan called one day and said, we have a local effort going on. We want to change our ways. We want to grow our startup economy. We want to create a new culture, a new mind shift. And we think CIC can be useful in this regard. And so after lots of work together, we opened up with 6,000 square meters of space in downtown Tokyo. And we have begun to create that type of hub where all startup activity in this part of Tokyo is really starting to take shape. So if you were to walk into CIC space in Tokyo, you would just be blown away by the energy in the activity. And it's just a small subset of the Japanese population, but a city of that size, it's a massive amount of people. And it just helps them understand really truly what's possible. And then they're also now tapping into a global network, which is really special, such that CIC is now full, and we're opening up our second location in Fukuoka, Japan in about 4 or 5 months. So I'll leave you with this. This is just a really wonderful quote by a very well-known accelerator organization called Y Combinator. Ambitious people are rare. So if everyone is mixed together randomly, as they tend to be early in people's lives, then the ambitious ones won't have many ambitious peers. When you take people like this and put them together with other ambitious people, they bloom like dying plants given water. Probably most ambitious people are starved for the sort of encouragement that they get from ambitious peers, whatever their age. This is what an innovation district is all about. This is what innovation is all about. This is what entrepreneurship is all about. It's a very special time to be part of this work anywhere in the world, and it's a truly remarkable time to be here in Saudi Arabia working on this as part of the 2030, Vision 2030 campaign. Thank you so very much for having me here. I look forward to today.
While you are still on stage, if we can take a couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Great. So we have a room for 2 questions.
Mr. Sherwood, thank you very much for a very insightful and very enriching perspective. My name is Walid Al-Somali. I'm currently an advisor at the Ministry of Investment. Before that, I spent 41 years working for Saudi Aramco in several multiple roles, including innovation, research and development, and other functions. So my question for you, I mean, you capture it very clearly about the entire modalities of what world-class innovation districts should provide. Work, live, and play, an anchor institution that support that, funding, political will, a source of talent, and all of this is very well said. The question that I have always raised, even when I was at Saudi Aramco then, is how you overcome the cultural differences and the mental models of all stakeholders in innovation districts. Sometimes there are challenges to align the thinking and of all the constituents of the innovation districts. Each one come with an agenda. Each stakeholder has their own vision and perspective on what this innovation districts look like and what exactly are the expectations. How you reach to a point that you have full alignment within the entire stakeholders in the innovation district to make sure that we achieve impact out of this innovation district, what's in scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. My initial answer to that is a couple of thoughts. First of all, one of the challenges, one of the areas potentially of conflict with regard to Vision 2030 is the high expectations for fast change. This country is in a state of urgency, from my perspective, which is very inspiring. That might challenge the idea that this can happen overnight. These things cannot happen overnight if you're perfectly aligned. They take a long time. This is a 10, 20, 30-year thing. It doesn't mean you can't have KPIs and check marks every 6 months. You need to have those things as well. And you should notice change quickly. But in order for it to affect a systemic change in the system, there needs to be patience as well to allow this to happen. These have to be organic. They cannot be forced. The second thought is the challenge that you talk about, alignment among leaders, is not unique to anywhere. You can pick any small town in the world and you're going to find conflict and disagreement over things and just people not listening to one another. Different visions. There's probably if there's 150 people in this room, there's 150 different visions for what's possible. And you could hear the same thing in 2 different ways. From my perspective, and the way I've advised my clients over the years, is to get the stakeholders who really need to be involved and get aligned, get in an airplane and go somewhere together. Experience a new place that none of you have ever been, and you're seeing it together for the first time. And this is where it's beautiful because innovation districts are all over the world now. And you can see them and find some of the ones that you really admire and go visit them together. I think that that will do more to help alignment than any meeting that you could probably have in your community. I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take one additional question. If there's any other questions.
Thanks so much for the insightful presentation. This is Akram Noor. I'm leading the digital transformation in the Economic Cities and Special Zone Authority. Regarding the points, the gaps that's happening, or what example you give actually here to avoid, what kind of message and scenarios that we have to consider in Saudi Arabia to avoid actually going through the same scenario, given that shifting the mindset of the VCs actually here, because as you said, they have to understand this VC is coming with high risk, and shifting the minds of the VCs owners or organizations and entities here?
Great question. And I'll offer just the beginning of an answer. I think it goes back to KPIs and really how success is being judged in your part of the world. In other words, if you look at the statistic on this slide here, this might suggest to you that Japanese scientists and academics are measured based on patent development and not commercialization. And so they're probably being applauded for the work that they've done. That's very different from commercialization, which is a driving goal of any innovation district. And so I think getting that alignment around what are you actually trying to achieve, that's the front. The tail is the capital that will follow. But you can't get the venture capital community to come here based on relationships alone. You need to begin to really understand how to open the doors of innovation and to challenge, not only encourage academics and scientists to discover and to create, but to incentivize them to commercialize. I'm not an expert about university technology transfer, but I do know systems that are working very well, and I know that other places where the challenges are really quite, it's really hard to commercialize IP. A place like MIT in our backyard is an example of a community that accelerates and promotes and encourages and actually challenges faculty to create commercializable ideas, not just develop white papers. Years later, we now have more money under management in Kendall Square than most states in the United States have. And there's a correlation to that, but it takes time. There's probably a much more thorough answer that I couldn't begin to completely understand the whole dynamics of it, but that's a big part of it, I think. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sherwood, for shedding light on the global context on innovation districts and also on the role of CIC. Thank you so much. Another housekeeping item that I would like to share: for the sake of achieving the main objective of the forum, it would be great for our respected speakers to allow for about 5 minutes toward the end of their sessions for Q&A. We'd really appreciate this so we can get more engagement from our audience today. And now we transition to a panel discussion, a panel conversation titled Synergy in Innovation, Universities and Districts Unite, moderated by Dr. Ahmed Al-Jad'an, Private Sector and Entrepreneurship Support General Manager at RDIA. This discussion will explore how universities and districts can collaborate to drive growth. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Al-Jad'an and our esteemed panelists to the stage. Dr. Ammar Nahwi, CEO of Dhahran Techno Valley Holding Company. Dr. Ali Shari, CEO of Wadi Mecca. Dr. Omar Al-Bloui, the Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center at Tabuk University. Dr. Khalid Al-Husseini, the Executive Director of Entrepreneurship Institute at King Saud University. And last but not least, Dr. Jorge Gascon, the Director of the KAUST Catalysis Center and founder of Climate Crete Incorporation.
Right. Good morning, everyone. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. And I'm so lucky to be in this place where a lot of the innovation ecosystem leaders are here to get to pick their brains and learn from them in this forum. First of all, I would like to start to introduce our esteemed guest, Dr. Ammar Nahwi. He's the CEO of Dhahran Techno Valley. You've been through a lot of experience when it comes to R&D in Aramco, heading the R&D center there, and as well as KAUST. You are the recipient of the ASME Gas Turbine Award as well. Thank you for being here. Dr. Ali, he's the CEO of Wadi Mecca Techno Valley and the Assistant Professor of Civil Engineering at Al Qura University. He's the Dean of the Institute of Consulting Research and Studies and a certified trainer by the Technical and Vocational Training Corporation. Dr. Omar Bloui is the Director of the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center at the University of Tabuk and the Assistant Professor of Industrial Engineering at the Faculty of Engineering with a PhD in Industrial Engineering as well. Dr. Khalid Al-Husseini is the Executive Director of the Entrepreneurship Institute at King Saud University, and he works focusing on advancing research and fostering entrepreneurship as well. Last but not least, Dr. George Gaskin, Professor of Chemical Engineering and Director of the KAUST Catalyst Center with a PhD in Chemical Engineering. A prolific teacher, he has co-authored over 400 scientific articles and 20 patents, and recognized as a Clarivate Analytics highly cited researcher for 6 consecutive years. So I'll start with you, Dr. Ammar. Given your leadership role as the CEO of Dhahran Techno Valley, and from your perspective, what are the key drivers of innovation growth today, and how you see the Dhahran Techno Valley contributing to this momentum you're seeing now?
Shukran. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure being here. And it's a pleasure also to share some of the experience that we are going through in the Dhahran Techno Valley with you. Joseph and Dugan did not leave much for us to say on the framework of framing and thinking about innovation as a process, as a complex system, and highlighting the many important interactions and drivers. But what I'll try to do is reflect some of what we heard from the 2 speakers on what we are doing in Dhahran, highlighting examples of the drivers that you talk about. So for example, it was mentioned that it's important for ecosystems to be specialized, to have a differentiating element or a theme that gives people a reason to come and coalesce and work together and so on. So that is one of the most important glues that bring the community together. So in Dhahran Techno Valley, we have decided, given the nature of the eastern province, the Dhahran area, the industries there, the oil and gas and energy, sustainability, we are always labeled as oil and gas, but by the way, we have evolved significantly from oil and gas to become integrated energy, petrochemical, sustainability, energy transition, and adjacent industries that interact with the energy industry. So our theme there is deep tech in that vertical. So that's one thing we've done and we agreed on as an ecosystem. We want to focus on that. It's not exclusive, but that is the main driver and magnet that we try to invite the key players in that space. The second part is we looked at the innovation activities in our backyard, and we do have a fantastic university, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, now ranked #1 in the Arab world, in QS, and also in, I think, the MENA region by Times Higher Education. So we have a fantastic anchor university, we have fantastic institutions, but we have identified that in the vertical we want to work on, most of our innovation is institution-driven, big corporations and big institutions. The entrepreneur-led or innovator-led or startup-led innovation is almost non-existent in that vertical. There are startups in the Eastern Province, but in our vertical there aren't many. So we want to deliberately create that ecosystem for startups, and we have efforts now to bring about 100 startups in the next few years to the Eastern Province. Second thing or third thing is talent. We heard a lot about talent. In our case, you need tech entrepreneurs to found and run those startups. Where are the tech entrepreneurs that understand refineries, petrochemicals, oil and gas, petroleum engineering, that are also not attached to a 30, 40-year career in Aramco or SABIC? Where are these entrepreneurs that are free to roam the ecosystem and take the risk of startups and so on? So the King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals have upgraded and expanded its graduate program and its postdoc population by multiple folds. So we do have a few hundred postdocs in the university now, and a couple, maybe 1,500 graduate students doing masters and PhD in those areas. So that creates a pipeline of talent. The last point I will say is funds. We also heard the importance of money. Venture capital for startups usually requires quick turnaround, quick returns, and least risk. In our vertical, in energy, in sustainability, in engineering-based innovation, risk is high. You need a lot of money. You need a lot of years for the product to go to market. So we need to design and create our own funds that are calibrated and suitable for that kind of ecosystem. So it's not just about availing the investments. You have to make the investments designed in a way that is compatible with the needs of the ecosystem. These are some examples of what we're doing in Dhahran.
Great. Just a quick follow-up question, Dr. Ammar. Sure. When you talked about Dhahran Techno Valley, do you recommend like these innovation districts become a sector specific? And what are the pros and cons on being sector specific? Like you talked about the Dhahran Techno Valley being specific to energies industries.
So I think this maybe brings a larger point. There is a lot you can do and you have to do by design, but in innovation you have to also allow organic forces to take place, the market to take place. Mm-hmm. And I think the chart shown by Joseph is very telling that in the beginning, at the design and the creation part, you have to architect things, you have to design things. So it's important to choose a sector. Okay. However, as you unfold, as you evolve, as you grow, you should allow cross talk to other sectors, others who might find interesting things that, for example, if you have an inspection technology for pipelines, for the oil industry, it might be useful for agriculture, for crops, monitoring, for example. These are two different verticals, two different stakeholders, two different monies, two different industries, but the technology might be the same. So, and so on and so forth. A sensor that works in one harsh environment in the oil industry might be useful for space, for example, because it's also harsh in industry, or wireless communication. So there are a lot of areas, but for that, you start by selecting your vertical, you design around it, and then the organic forces, the natural forces of the market, the startups, the innovators, the faculty, and the investors will take you into new places. Great. Naturally. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Ali, considering your diverse roles in technology, academia, and consultant, what role do you think applied research plays in advancing commercial innovation, and how do you engage with industry partners to accelerate this process?
Thanks, Dr. Ahmed. You know, Wadi Makkah, since 2012, working on the problems relating to Hajj and Umrah. And in order to direct the applied research to these challenges, I think in Wadi Makkah we work on 3 aspects of directing the applied research to commercializing the innovations. First is the problem solving. We focus on the problems and the challenges faced by the Umrah and Hajj sectors, and we are trying to direct all the research to solve these problems and then provide those solutions to the companies and the clients, and hopefully to commercialize these patents. And with the research centers, we're commercializing the patents, and we have a successful story with one of our startups called Lucidia. Actually, this company was established on one of our research projects, and then transformed to a startup. Also, another thing is the risk mitigation, which is, you know, Wadi Makkah working together with the research entities inside the university to mitigate the risk that could face the commercialization efforts. And the third thing, actually, is the technology transfer. We have one of our goals in Wadi Makkah, actually, is to help the entrepreneurs inside the Wadi Makkah, integrating with the researchers inside the university to technology transfer the patents, the research, and everything. From our perspective as Wadi Makkah, we are trying to engage the industry with the researchers inside the university and Wadi Makkah as well. So we tailored the consulting services. So we work as a consulting body to public and private and non-profit organizations. We help our professors, our experts, to work with the industry to know the real challenges that faced by the industry, and hopefully they come back to their labs and develop their solutions that meet those challenges.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ali. Dr. Omar, as Tabuk University is an academic institute, we want to know how did you become an IASP member in a record time? Can you let us know what's the key factors that lead to the success?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Hello, everyone, and good morning. First of all, I would express our gratitude at the University of Tabuk to join the International Association of the Science Park and Innovation Area as an associated member. You know, being a part in this innovation network, it will meet the university mission to drive the innovation and entrepreneurship in the region of Tabuk. Regarding your question, the key factor that helped us to build this success story in short of time and being an associated member, there is maybe 3 to 4 major key roles that play and help us in this this achievement. The first one, the graphical location of University of Tabuk. As we know, the University of Tabuk is located in the northwestern region. So we are like surrounded by the Giga project, NEOM, Red Sea project, and Amala. And also we have the border, the international border. This actually put a strain on our faculty member and our administrative. We have to meet with their expectation. We have to work in their project. So we focus on the renewable energy project, water sustainability, and also going with the sustainable agriculture. This was the first regarding the location. The second one, or the key factors, is regarding how we enhance the culture of innovation. Let me give you some numbers here about the Tabuk region. The population of Tabuk region, it's roughly 900,000. Tabuk city is 500 or 600,000. The average age group, it's from 25 to 32. So you have the manpower. You should have more initiatives about innovation, and based on that, we launched a lot of initiatives that targeting innovation. One of them called the Ultimate Innovation. 3 years ago, this program, 2 years in a row, get the prize from the American Society for Engineering Education in Carnegie Mellon University and even in George Washington University. Also, the government authority, the Digital Government Authority. This program taking the talented student using our AI models, and it's collaborated with the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, to build the innovation skills for our students, the undergraduate students. So now we are targeting even those manpower. The third key roles that help us at the University of Tabuk is the research infrastructure that we have. In our research system, we have 2 major tracks. The first track is called Research to Innovation, and the second track is Innovation to Impact. So the Research to Innovation, We start with more than like 70 research projects, 67 of them being funded by NEOM and by the Red Sea Global Project. So our project, our research, we use the Clarivate penalty report to see the potential of those research, the commercialization, the potential for them, then help those companies to achieve their milestone. So this, let me just conclude the key factors that help us. First things, the location. Then we have the culture of innovation that we build it. And both those elements help us to deliver an impactful outcomes, help those companies, and help us to join as an associated membership for the International Association of Science Park and Dairy Innovation.
Great. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Ammar. Dr. Khalid, leading the Entrepreneurship Institutes, we've heard a lot of success stories coming from KSU. The question is there any specific example where cross-sector collaboration has led to breakthrough or accelerated growth in your respective areas?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for RDIA and KAUST for hosting us today. And I think this is one of the important steps is to collaborate and connect. And as you mentioned, personal relationship is important. I can see that there is a lot of personal relationships. I think maybe 40% of the people sitting here, I already talked with them before. So I think this is really healthy and important for the ecosystem. And for King Saud University, like if we want me to mention examples for breakthroughs through collaboration, maybe I will start with something recent that we will sign tomorrow. Like there is a project started with a dentist. They faced a problem with dental implants. Then they tried to solve it. They came up with the solution. Then they needed help. So they went to the computer science, and the experts in AI and machine learning, they helped them developing an AI tool using X-ray imaging to identify the implants. So tomorrow we are signing with a local Saudi company for commercialization. So this is one of the recent things, but I don't think innovations is very quick, because most of the successful collaboration and successful commercialization effort took some of them 10 years, 15 years, 8 years. So one of the examples that we have at King Saud University is a project led by one of our elite scientists, Dr. Hani Al-Ansari, in energy storage. It started 10 years ago with one patent. Then the Saudi electricity company saw the potential in this patent. So they collaborate with King Saud University for a very serious, sustainable funding for the project. Now, it's TRL 8, and NEOM is very interested, and they are joining the project to be implemented in the north of Saudi Arabia. Also, one of the examples that it's also involved KAUST, since we are in KAUST here. So there is a collaboration between King Saud University and Max Planck Institute, and very old collaboration, and it's about physics, attosecond. After that, when they came to how to apply it, so it was basic science research, so how to apply it, so they went to the College of Medicine. So they came up with a solution. After that, the solution was good, but they need a little improvement. So they seek help with KAUST, one of the mathematicians, I think Dr. Alberto, here in KAUST. So they helped increasing the AI algorithm for the accuracy. So all of that based on collaboration, and took time and effort and funding to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Great success story. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Dr. George, I don't know if you noticed, the audience are all engineers. I don't know if this is by design, Dr. Hiba, or completely random. I'm assuming it's going to be random. Given your background in catalysis and chemical engineering, how do you think academic institution can ensure that their research has real-world impact? Does that mean basic moving to applied research, or something else in your mind? Doctor?
please.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Pleasure to be here. I'm of the opinion that there is not applied and basic research. There is good and bad research, right? And good research is always going to be applied. The only difference is the timeline, right? Good research usually addresses issues at hand. And the first thing that we have to make sure at universities is that we actually listen, which is not something we are normally good at, right? There are many professors, and that could be myself some years ago, that love to create problems to propose solutions. We cannot create our own problems. We have to solve the problems, in this case, of the kingdom, of the Aramcos, of the Sabics. This is something that I believe at KAUST we are doing very well. We have, and I'm saying this coming from 11 years working in Europe as professor in the Netherlands, which is another place where innovation is driven tremendously well. But I always remember that in the Netherlands, there were communication problems with certain companies because they would not like to share their core issues because they will be competing with the company next to them, right? Then you could have projects in a certain topic where they will deliberately put as project leader from the company side somebody that does not come from that specific background so that they will not share the actual problems. That does not happen in the kingdom. We have had, in the 7 years that I have been here, absolutely fantastic experiences in our collaborations with Aramco, to give you an example. We have several technologies that are being commercialized with Aramco. When it comes to there, I believe that we also have to separate between technologies that are venture capital and startup worth it, and I have a startup myself, I will probably talk about it later, and technologies that we have to co-develop with the big fishes, right? So I will give you an example. Aramco and Linde are setting up an ammonia decomposition plant in Germany. The catalyst that is going to be used was developed at KAUST in collaboration with Aramco, right? We got to know that Aramco was interested in that technology. We had never worked. We started working on that technology and we ended up developing a commercial catalyst. This has not ended up in a startup company because it will not be venture capital worth it, right? On another hand, it holds a lot of value for the two companies that are actually going to explode the thing, and we fulfill our mission as a university. We have technologies that are looking into the direct transformation of oil to chemicals. We know, well, we are trying to envisage how refineries are going to look in 10, 20 years, where fuel demand is going to be lower. We have co-developed technologies with Aramco that, inshallah, are going to be applied 2030, 2020, 2035. We are now on the piloting scales. That's something that as a startup company we would have never been able to realize because it requires huge investment that only a company, a big company that co-owns the technology together with the university can actually realize. On the other hand, well, I'll give later the example of the company that we have that was the classical example of venture capital deep tech technology, and in that case we didn't have absolutely any doubt and decided to go through. So again, coming back to your question, I think that the most important lesson that universities have to learn is that we need probably to talk less and listen more. That's it.
Great. But Dr. George, you mentioned about like sometimes research, like basic research, could be the input of an unapplied research, right?
Look,
but the thing is, like, it's about the culture. How can you bring a culture for researchers to incentivize them to create more applied research than basic?
I'm going to give you another example, right? You know that the Nobel Prize that Einstein got 100 years ago, almost 100 years ago, for the photoelectric effect, right? So he discovered something that was more than basic science, right? One of the foundations of physics. He was not thinking of doors that open automatically when you get close to them, but the technology in those actual doors is based on that technology, right? If you talk to anybody in a company, the first thing that they do when they are going to develop a new process or when they try to face a new problem is they go to the scientific literature. So there is a lot of value in good science, whether it is finally applied or not. The science has to be good. That's the reality, right?
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. George. Dr. Ali, as the CEO of Wadi Mecca, creating a collaboration ecosystem is one of the pillars of any innovation district. So how do you balance supporting established companies with fostering startups in an innovation district?
In Wadi Mecca, we have the building split into two halves. One for the established companies, and they are in the second floor. And the startups, the new emerging startups, will be in the first floor. What we tried from this strategy actually to create a co-working space between the established companies and the startups. And putting them together will create an exchange of the knowledge where the established companies can help the startups in different ways. Also, we create between time and time networking opportunities. And we help the startups to meet the established companies, either from those in the building or from those outside the building, to talk and present their solutions. Hopefully they get some joint innovation projects. Those startups can solve some of the problems faced by the established companies. Also, we trying to attract the capital, the fund, the VCs, the angel investors, to meet those startups and help them to grow. Also, we encourage the established companies to establish a corporate venture capital where they invest on those startups, the startups that can solve their challenges. And if those startups grow, actually those established companies will have something in return. This kind of strategies we follow in Wadi Mecca to put the established companies together with the startups in the same place, and hopefully they talk to each other as much as they can.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Dr. Ammar, giving the innovation districts is a dynamic ecosystem, and they are evolving in the kingdom, especially considering technological advancements like in AI and digital transformation and the global trend with sustainability and local challenge with talent retention and funding and policy barriers. So what's your view, and how can they, how do you see the future of those innovation districts? How can we make them like evolve and continue moving on, given these challenges?
Yani, maybe one word answer is, bi'idhnillah, I'm very confident of success. I'm very excited about what's going on, and I think it's largely objective reality that supports this confidence. If you paint two pictures of 20 years ago and today, what, for example, 20 years ago, innovation, R&D, and so on was at a very early stage in being thought about and talked about in very small circles, while a company even like Aramco did not have really a clear innovation push and so on. So the number of patents in Aramco was very small, and Aramco was happy for many decades to be a user of state-of-the-art technology, not a contributor to technology. Yes. From 2000 onward until today, Aramco has changed its even DNA and became an energy, sustainability, and technology company. So that's one example. Then talk about universities. 20 years ago, there is no real graduate program at the PhD level to talk about in the country. Most of the universities, I graduated from King Saud University, many people graduated from King Fahd, great institutions, but they were designed and run for a long time to produce engineers and professionals and so on, and they've done a great job at that. And then the research became an add-on, but really never took off in the true sense of research universities. Today we have KAUST, we have KFUPM, we have King Saud, all the Tabuk University, all the universities around us in the kingdom, and we have about 40 of them, are making real substantial progress in terms of becoming also full-fledged research universities with serious programs in that regard. And then talk about the national level. The Vision 2030 and what provided as a thrust to all of this around multiple verticals that matter to the country, and then especially on RDI and the establishment of the RDI authority, and then the strategy, national strategy, the priorities. That roadmap, national roadmap that gave us all a North Star, gave us all a common language to speak about, all of these things, and the list goes on and on, by the way. And maybe the last thing I'd mention is Saudi Arabia today is far more open to people to come and visit, tourists, do business and so on, in ways we've always been welcoming people. It's in our habits, in our tradition, in our culture. But the country was set up, the residency rules and the access rules were set up in a certain way that were very restrictive. Today we are open to the world. And the world has come and joined us here, and we're doing business together at a scale that is never. So I think all of these objective changes, structural changes, I think make it very reasonable to say that inshallah we have nothing but success ahead of us. However, that's not to say that the rest of the journey is trivial or simple. We have a lot of work to do, a lot of capability to build, a lot of investments to make, a lot of alignment at leadership, like Walid asked about the alignment at the leadership level. So we have a lot of cultural mindset, organizational, investment, ecosystem gaps to close, and that will take our hard work, inshallah, collectively with our colleagues and partners around the world to get that done. But I think what we have, our starting point today is extremely advantageous and very strong, and I'm very confident, inshallah.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ammar. This is a great being optimistic, and I think we are there, and we will be there. Dr. Umar, what impact do you envision being the first member in the Northern Districts, particularly in relation to the innovation ecosystem? You mentioned about the journey, what led to the success to be a part of the ISP quickly. So what's the impact do you envision this on Tabuk University?
So the University of Tabuk still commitment to have the full membership at the ISB, and we are trying to maximizing the benefits of our location of the University of Tabuk. Now we have our strongest alliance with the University of Tabuk is the Water Authority. The Water Authority, the impact that we have, the Water Authority, one project with undergraduate student in the Ultimate Innovation Program, outcome is six patents, 2 of them are products. The other things extend how to maximize and extend the collaboration with other universities. We're talking about the international university. Now we have the Net Zero Innovation Hub. It will be in the University of Tabuk. It's a joint lab with Teesside University. Even we have also with Sheffield and Nottingham University. The other things regarding what we did in the culture of innovation, targeting our students, one which is an outcome of the Ultimate Innovation Program. So the students participate in that program. This is an example of a success story. The Ministry of Education nominated the University of Tabuk along with 4 universities to send their students to the University of Chicago in Illinois. So those students, at the beginning, it was each university should have only 2 students. After the Minister of Education see the outcomes of the Ultimate Innovation, then he told us we will take all the share from all the other universities, and we do that last year, and all of the 10 students now at the University of Chicago. So it will help us.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ammar. Okay, I just want to close with this before we go to the questions. I want to go like in 15 seconds or 20 seconds, hopefully. I know it's a bit hard. I want to go across the panelists, starting with you, Dr. George. As a final thought, if you had one piece of advice to those involving in building innovation ecosystem, what would it be?
So, yeah, that's one single piece. So I was told when I started being an innovator that it is important to have a PhD, but having a GSD is much more important. GSD means get the done, right? Being fast and being quick, if you are an innovator, is the most important thing.
Dr. Khalid, thank you.
In 50 seconds, I think I will encourage everybody to be open and let the others challenge you, because if you are open to the private sector and other entities and they challenge you, you will improve and you will be able to succeed.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Dr. Ammar.
Just maybe don't limit your imagination. If you don't have an imagination, you are not an engineer, so don't limit your imagination.
Okay. Dr. Ali?
In my opinion, connecting the dots in a smart way between the industry and the university, the researchers, the academics, and also the public as well, the public sectors.
Thank you. Dr. Ammar?
Well, perhaps I would advise everyone to recognize that innovation requires a belief that other people's success could also mean your success. That a healthy sense of competition is important, and a superficial sense of competition where it's a win-lose situation that's not compatible anywhere, but especially in innovation. I think a win-win attitude, a win-win spirit and mindset in making decisions and collaborating and being open, as Dr. Khalid said, that has to translate into really a genuine feeling of celebrating the success of others internally and externally, because I think this is like the the sea, the المد يعني يرفع الجميع.
Nice.
It's water raises everybody, so we're all boats in one sea. And if there's a wave that carries us, it will carry us all. So I think we should all invest in this ecosystem, because ecosystem is about collective success, not individual success.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Ammar. Appreciate it. Thank you all. Now we will open for a question. If anyone have any question, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Ikhwan, for a very enlightening and enriching perspectives. So I have this question for you, gentlemen, as leaders of very important pillars of the ecosystem. My colleagues here, Hassan, Hamiduddin, and Narita from the Ministry of Investment, they are part of a team that help attract international companies to relocate their regional headquarters here in the kingdom. Alhamdulillah, the target was 500 companies by year 2030. Now we stand for 550. We managed to attract the regional headquarters of 550 international companies now. That's a big success and a big milestone for the ministry. So the question is, if we would like to, and this is what the ministry is thinking of, along with our partners in the Research and Development Innovation Authority, what can be done to work with these companies, you as leaders of this ecosystem, so we can persuade them to consider establishing a valuable and impactful footprint when it comes to R&D, either in your respective valleys or in general? What value proposition would you provide to help us attracting these companies now to go to the next stage with establishing R&D centers?
Thank you. Thank you. That's clear. You want to jump?
I'll jump. I'll start with I think one of the, again, I'll talk about our maybe vertical, which is industry, innovation in industry, oil and gas and energy. I think one of the key obstacles to taking innovation from lab to market is scale up. Scale up at the different levels of, the TRL level is very expensive and time consuming, and it's one of the most important reasons why innovation dies in this. So our valley of death is really a more difficult valley, if you will. So I think one thing we can use these companies that have moved to the kingdom is to help us co-invest in scale-up facilities that are flexible, versatile, multi-technology, multi-user. So this makes the kingdom ecosystems, innovation ecosystems, a magnet. Basically, anybody in the world who has a technology in refining or petrochemical or carbon or hydrogen people would say, you know what, you have to go to Dhahran, or you have to go to wherever it is that we have in Saudi Arabia. That's the only place where you can do this twice as fast and twice as cheap, because they have facility X, they have, and that is not coming from just imagination. This is what we do in Saudi Aramco, because our technologies are being scaled up around the world in different places and it's very expensive and very costly and very slow, and it takes a lot of agreements and you give up some of your IP, so it's painful. If you have this here in the country in a collective, I think you can open the path. You become differentiated, that you're the place, you're the destination for scale-up of tough, capital-intensive technology.
Dr. Khalid wants to add, and then we got one more question here.
So at King Saud University, we have something called the research chairs, which is, it can be the R&D arms for these companies. We have successful stories with Australian companies, local companies. So they, the university and the scientists can be the R&D arm for these companies. So I encourage them and encourage you to invite them to King Saud University, and they can establish their R&D arm inside the university, and it will be run by them and based on their goals.
Great. Maybe one more question that we can take?
You want to add, Ali, Dr. Ali? Dr. Ali wants to add, sorry.
From our point of view, as Wadi Mecca working on Hajj and Umrah issues, I think the market penetration of those international companies, understanding the local context and the real problems that being faced by the companies or the governmental agencies working on the serving Hajj and Umrah, this is the proposition value we could add as a Wadi Mecca. Hajj and Umrah is not something very well known outside the kingdom in terms of the problems that being faced by the people who are working in this sector. So market penetration, the local context, and understanding the underlying problems under this sector.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks all for the informative session. And just my question for you here, what kind of initiative you can work together actually as a key player in this very promising ecosystem to fill the gaps for the entrepreneurs to reach to each other? So every one of you is focusing on our sector-based innovation hub. How can you fill the gaps between all these ecosystem or different ecosystems and reaching to the right entrepreneurs to reach to the sector he's serving through his startup? This is the first part. The second part, is there any hub that is offered for all entrepreneurs to access all the main problems based on the priorities for each sector, so they can access and they can start pivoting their solutions or positioning themselves to serve at the right sector there?
Once, Dr. George, you want to tackle the entrepreneurship question? Yes.
So coming back perhaps to also the first question, and I think that for international companies it is very important to have a clear path to incorporate in the kingdom, which I think is fair to recognize that it is not clear yet, right? So at this moment, if I want to incorporate my international company in Dubai, it probably takes me 4 hours. In the kingdom, it will take me a couple of months, right? So that's something, and we see that is changing, but needs to be at the level of other places nearby, right? That's important. Now, coming back to your question, that's probably the $1 million question, right? On how to make sure that every company has access to the necessities from the kingdom in every single sector. So that's extremely complicated. That's really, because sometimes we are addressing issues that are still to come. And I give you an example. The company that I have, we transform sand that cannot be used for concrete into sand that can be used for concrete, right? It took us a lot of time to actually realize that there is a huge problem with construction materials in the kingdom with all the giga projects. There's starting to be local competition for construction materials because there is not enough construction sand, there is not enough cement, there is not enough stainless steel. Everything that goes into that direction, we could very easily become commercially available, raise venture capital, right? But we almost found by chance that problem was there. Right? If these problems were made public earlier, well then probably there will be a blooming in startup companies and in innovation in the kingdom. Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. George. Just one final comments from Dr. Ammar. And
I will be very brief and I'll split my time with Dr. Ali. I think it goes back to being open. We visited something in Luxembourg called the House of Startups. It's one building that has 7 or 8 incubators. Huh? And they do have some specialization, but they overlap. And we asked them all, how are you all set up in this? How don't you compete for entrepreneurs, for companies, for startups? I said, yeah, we do compete, but it's, you know, there's enough for everybody. And if it is not in my specialty, I will refer them to my neighbor. Yani it's like the gold market here. Huh? So this is the analogy. There is, I think, healthy competition, but there is also healthy collaboration. And in innovation, we have to adopt the gold market mentality, not the competitive, you know, arm's length. So that's to how we can help each other.
Thank you, Dr. Ammar.
I think it's all about the answer of your question is what's happening today is here, that we are as innovation hubs forming a district can talk to each other and open our borders to our neighbors and working together on I think there are underlying common problems between us. If I talk about Hajj and Umrah, it means transport, it means health, it means housing, it means food services. So I think there are the fintech as well. There are common problems somewhere else. I think our startups can work to solve problems in Eastern region, Northern region. I think there are market there, opportunities. So hopefully RDIA will foster our collaboration and building that connection between us to work as a collective body and targeting the challenges we are facing in the kingdom.
Thank you, thank you. And let's give a round of applause to our panelists, please. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for the engaging discussions. And up next, we will hear from Dr. Basil Abu Sharh, the advisor in National Priorities and Mission Sector at the RDIA, with an expert talk on RDI Revolution, Pioneering Mission-Driven Innovation Districts. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Basil Abu Sharh.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Listening to the talks is very inspiring. I always think about changing my presentation after I listen to speakers before me. So you might find some of the stuff here outdated. So it was before this morning's presentations. So, okay, so move forward with this. What we do in the National Priorities and Missions is to create discipline in innovation in Saudi Arabia. We're trying to drive specific innovation in specific directions to solve specific problems or create new industries or a new economy in Saudi Arabia. So what we'll try to do is to imitate the DARPA or the ARPA programs in the US. And this stems from the nature of our RDI strategy, which is an economic strategy. So it's very important for us to create an economic impact. That's the main objective. And it's a focused and mission-driven strategy. So we have specific missions, and we hope to achieve them within a specific timeline. So to create the discipline to drive innovation in the direction of achieving those missions, we have this Office of National Priorities and Missions, and this is what we try to do. So it's a mission-oriented strategy. So it is, we have common national goals. It's highly focused. It's aspirational. And we try to enhance coordination and collaboration. So we are aligned with the Vision 2030 And eventually this, the innovation, we hope it will be driven by the private sector, because that is the sector that will transform those innovations into economic contribution. So a lot of what we do is about driving the technology readiness level. I think this is the best way to summarize what we try to do. So we have focus areas identified, and in the 4 focus areas, health and wellness, energy and sustainability, energy and industrial sustainability, and in economies of the future. And then under each focus area, we developed specific missions. And then under each mission, we have RDI domains and research areas. And of course, there's a plan to get everybody involved in the process of developing those technologies or achieving those missions. So academia, incubators, accelerators, funding bodies, the private sector, national champions, the big companies, the small ones. And these are the 4 focus areas. These are the missions under each focus area. And some of those missions have been prioritized. So 5 of them have been prioritized and approved. Another 3 have been also prioritized, awaiting approval. So in health and wellness, we have 2 missions that have been prioritized on infectious diseases and non-communicable diseases. Under sustainability, we have the mission of reducing the cost of water, desalination by 50%, reducing withdrawal of non-renewable water by 90%, also increasing food production in Saudi Arabia by up to 50% of our needs. In energy and industrials, missions related to conversion of oil to chemicals and net zero, economies of the future, smart cities, and other fields. So what is the relationship between missions and innovation districts? I think there are lots of examples of focused innovation districts around the world. So, I mean, many of them evolved to be focused for a reason. For example, Kendall Square is a health innovation and medical technology innovation district. There are other places around the world that grew to become organically focused in certain areas, and there's a lot of value on mission-based innovation districts. That creates the focus required to achieve the missions. Okay, these are the examples that I talked about. For example, Eindhoven, it's high-tech systems and materials. Barcelona, I think they can talk about this better than me. It's urban innovation and sustainability, support missions around smart cities and green technologies. MIT Kendall Square is about that aligns with missions-driven goals like developing life-saving treatments and digital health solutions. So, part of the KPIs of national priorities and missions is to create at least 1 district per focus area. So 1 innovation district per focus area. So that will happen at some point of time. So we hope that certain innovation districts in Saudi Arabia will focus on certain focus areas based on their competitive strength. For example, an obvious example is the Haran Techno Valley, a lot of energy and let's say climate sustainability. Other places will have focus on the water sector, on the health sector. Okay. So how do we manage? How do we drive the ecosystem towards achieving the missions? We do this through calls for proposals for each key technology conducted. First of all, we do roadmaps for technologies. So in each focus area, under each mission, we try to identify the key technologies that will help achieve the mission. So we do this exercise, and I'll show you how we do this exercise. But once we identify the key research domains areas, then we create calls for proposals, and we invite everybody to submit proposals. And then we award the contracts to specific areas or specific entities who will develop certain technologies. And then when major missions are, when the technologies are at a certain readiness level, we transform those technologies to a custodian. So a custodian is in most cases a ministry that will help drive these technologies further and find applications and partners for those technologies to be applied. So once a key technology element reaches required readiness, okay, certain TR level, we transfer it to a custodian or to a ministry, for example. And there are lots of things about IP rules. So if the entity is able to convert that innovation into economic contribution, we are very flexible about IP rules. If they don't, then we have to keep the IPs and transfer it to somebody who can use the IP. Okay. So it's all about driving the technology readiness level. I think this is what the key part of what we do. We try to push the technology readiness level. So early technology readiness level happens at universities. TRL level, TR 4 and 5. This is what we target to be developed at the innovation districts, and then transfer that to the industry, industrial partners, at the TRL 6, 7, and hopefully 9. So, as I said, to help entities focus on the right technologies, we developed technology roadmaps. So we did baselining for each mission. We try to develop technology domains. So we do scouting for technologies. We prioritize those technologies. We assess them. We create a technology roadmap for each technology. We evaluate the economic impact. We allocate funding for that area. And then we developed an execution plan. I don't have much time, it seems. So this is an example of the scouting. We get a lot of experts from around the world to identify the key technologies that are required to achieve a specific mission. Experts, industrialists. Then, this is I think this is an example. For example, one of the missions that we have is to reduce the cost of desalination by 50%. And then one of the technology areas that were developed is to develop specific membranes, better membranes. So we know that, for example, for desalination, the cost of desalination is 30% energy OPEX, 35% other OPEX, and the remaining is CAPEX. For example, we identified biomimetic membranes. They can save the CAPEX by 5%, energy OPEX by 25%, other OPEX by 5%. So overall, they can help reduce the cost of desalination by 11%. And then after we assign some kind of weight to the risk of that technology. For example, is it a mature technology? Is it early stage? So in the case of biomimetic, it's fairly mature. So the discount we apply is only 25%. So it can contribute 8.3% to the overall cost of desalination. And then we support the development of that technology until it reaches the market. We have done this technology road mapping for the sustainability areas, which is water and agriculture. We're working with 2 ministries to develop for energy and for industries. And so these are the ones that we completed developing, the 2 sustainability-related missions. And this is an example of what we have done. We looked at, scouted lots of technologies, and with lots of experts around the world, we identify these technologies as key for achieving the missions. For example, in the case of water, membrane development, brine mining, and renewable energy integration with energy storage. And these are, to the right, the expected contributions to achieving the targets, 18%, 46%, 36%. And then we allocate funding for those research areas. And let me go. So basically, and this funding is allocated to institutions, RD contracts that go to companies and startups, grants and awards, and then there's a contribution by private sector. So thank you very much.
We'll take maybe a question, one question. there are any questions?
Okay, thanks for the presentation. It seems like I'm getting the award for the most asking questions. So first of all, actually, as we know, we are talking about an ecosystem and a complete ecosystem actually here. So what kind of regulations should be on place to help and enable the innovation ecosystems rather than being an obstacle or looked at as an obstacle from the governments to the innovators and the startups actually here? Second, you mentioned actually here the government, and you are targeting the governments to develop this kind of technology roadmap. But don't you think that the government should be an enabler rather than leading the innovation itself?
I think what we're trying to do here is to focus on need-based innovation. So we start from the need, from the end, not from the general innovation, and then we find something that has a potential to be commercialized, and then we try to commercialize it. So I think we're trying to do innovation the old way. The humans have been innovating for all history to fix a problem. So what we're saying, fix a problem. We have certain problems in Saudi Arabia of national interest. Please help us fix them. So, and we're trying to help them identify the specific problems that they need to focus on. Now, how is this going to happen? It's fairly challenging, especially when you deal with academia. Academia, as Dr. Ammar said, was created for education, then it evolved into research institutions, and they have enjoyed a lot of freedom in what they do, and even the metrics they use to evaluate their faculty and evaluate themselves are different from the national-based missions or the needs of the economy, and they can survive practically forever without innovating anything that goes to the market. Now, how to change this? This is what we're trying to do, is to try to incentivize the bright minds to work on solving problems. This is what we're trying. Now, we know that we are a young innovation country, so I think government intervention is extremely important at the beginning. Once we have a mature industry, okay, and mature innovation economy, I think it will happen organically and it will happen spontaneously, but not yet. We're not there yet. I think we need a lot of government intervention at the beginning. Okay?
Thank you so much, Dr. Basil. And now we'll move to two expert talks under the theme, or actually the third theme of today's forum, which is Global Innovation Frontiers. And we will start with, how does an area become an innovation district, by Dr. Richard Miller, the Associate Director of the Connected Places Catapult. Please welcome Dr. Miller to the stage.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak to you. As we go through the day, you will find more and more similarities amongst the talks, and you will start to see the same points being repeated. And I apologize for that to some extent, but it is rather important because it is the consistency of messaging as we look at the learnings from other innovation programs and try and figure out what's going to work in the kingdom. You need to hear those repeated messages, this worked for us, this didn't work for us, these were the problems we faced. So I'm going to be talking about how an area or a community or a city develops an innovation district, what makes a successful innovation district, what characteristics they share, and what goes wrong. And I think one of the interesting points is I've done a lot of work in areas of future cities, of urban development. And if you ask city leaders, what are you trying to achieve? What makes a successful city? They tend to say it's a thriving economy, it's a great place to live, and it has a low environmental footprint so that it's not contributing to climate change or it's being able to manage the effects of climate change on health. And that's interesting because when we talk about what you're trying to do with an innovation district, we've heard already those words: a thriving economy, a great place to live. So it does connect. And there are lots of different definitions of an innovation district. But this is a fairly common one: a geographically concentrated area where institutions, companies, and individuals collaborate to foster innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. And that's often then added that it's typically urban and typically cross-sectoral. That's not an absolute requirement. You find, and we've already heard about the need for focus and the way innovation districts evolve to have a strong theme. And also, they're not always urban, but typically urban. And it's a very popular theme with governments. It's a hot topic since the 1990s. Local and national governments are actively promoting the idea with varying degrees of success. I can't remember how many artists' impression I've seen of the facilities of new innovation districts, but it's big business for the architects and planners. And it's seen as a good way to inject energy and life into the local economy, and often to make use of redundant facilities or poor areas in need of regeneration. And we heard about that in the Barcelona experience already, taking advantage of facilities that are no longer needed. And that leads to the kind of slightly cynical thought, possibly, that is it all marketing? Are innovation districts really different to all these other initiatives which we've had historically? All these other words exist for locations that try to promote innovation and economic growth, and the boundaries between them are often very vague. For example, innovation districts and industry clusters are often kind of promoted as something that's rather different. And in the case of a very mature industry cluster, say tile manufacturing in Spain or carpet manufacturing in the USA, yeah, there's not a huge amount of innovation going on there. But if you pick an earlier stage innovation cluster, industry cluster that's forming, these will have high levels of innovation within them. And if you put them side by side and didn't say what they were called, you would not be able to tell the difference between them. So all these words represent the kind of activity we're talking about. And for instance, research parks, science parks are increasingly rebadging themselves as innovation districts, because we have to accept that in policy, in business, in government, fashion plays a role. So, I think all of these things are very similar. Incubators and accelerators are not themselves innovation districts, but they're often a critical part of anything that calls itself an innovation district. So I'm going to stick to this description: geographically concentrated area, where you've got the collaboration, fostering innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. And when you do that, you will find that there are an enormous number of innovation districts in the world that are not called innovation districts. They're there, but they're not called innovation districts. So we have to be slightly careful of that. So thinking about innovation districts, what do we see as the common characteristics? A key part of developing a plan for an innovation district is working out what your attractors are, what pulls people to come there. Why should people come here? Why should companies be based here? Why should entrepreneurs try to create startups here? Why should people look for jobs in these places? And in particular, you've got a strong listing of anchor tenants. We've already heard about the role of universities. But there are other kinds of anchor tenants, those people which will be the pull that brings everybody in. Talent, we've heard about that, the need for the talent pipeline. Having sufficient scale, really can't have a very small innovation district. Right? It's got to have scale because people want to find not only their first job when they move there after university, ideally they want to find their second and third jobs as well. So scale is important. Having the right kind of infrastructure, communications and connectivity, seeing that opportunity for collaboration and networking, and mixed-use development, so you have multiple different types of unit available, and you again link to a good place to live, the schools, the entertainment, the cultural aspects, diversity of businesses, and the right kind of incentives to bring people there and to drive the change. And what I also want to do for a few minutes is talk about those anchor tenants and what we know about successful innovation districts in that broader sense. What are the things that make people come there? And I think one of the most interesting ones are what I call Phoenix innovation areas. These are areas that grow out of the collapse of a previous industry. And the UK and much of Europe, having been industrialized quite early on, has now seen this over and over again. Industries vanish, they collapse, they degrade. What happens? This is an example of a Phoenix cluster, a Phoenix innovation district in Newcastle in the northeast of England. This was a traditional shipbuilding and engineering area that then became heavily involved in North Sea oil and gas, and all the engineering involved for that, had fantastic expertise, had dedicated courses in the universities, had all sorts of facilities. They had the largest hyperbaric pressure testing chamber in Europe, lots and lots of things, and then it starts to fall away. We see less gas being exploited, less oil being exploited, and a switch towards renewable energy and wind farms in the North Sea. What you had then was you had university expertise that was relevant, you had testing and research facilities that were relevant to the problem of renewable energy, and you had a whole load of people who'd lost their jobs and didn't particularly want to move. Maybe they liked the area, maybe their kids were in school, there was things holding them there saying, you know, this is where we want to live our lives. And out of that, whole new businesses and industries have evolved. And this is an example. This is a subsea cable laying robot. There is no need for anything like this if you're doing oil and gas, but if you've got wind farms, the ability to automatically lay power cables out into deep water is really, really useful. And this draws on all of that expertise that existed there already. So this can be very important, this question of what have you got? What are the skills? What are the capabilities to be found in an area? Another thing that can be very effective is one or two big customers in a sector can be the pull that brings innovators into their orbit. So Jaguar Land Rover has had a huge influence as it invested there on development of small companies supplying automotive components and precision engineering. Because Jaguar Land Rover was driving for electric vehicles, they were suddenly asking a whole bunch of different questions of their supply chain and looking for new kinds of innovators. And as a result, that West Midlands area has begun to develop into a clear cluster, a clear innovation zone around the materials, the components, the electronics, everything you need for electric vehicles. And that's interesting because, just to throw in a bit of history, that area around Birmingham in the West Midlands has been, I would argue, an innovation district for at least 200 years. Towards the end of the 18th century, you had people like Matthew Boulton. Matthew Boulton was a man who was a silversmith, and he developed techniques for mass-producing cheap jewelry, small, precise components. He then turned that into methods of making coins at high volume and got the contract from the UK government to do all the coining in the country. And then he took those skills and the entrepreneurial interest, and he worked with James Watt, and Boulton and Watt were the leading steam engines for over 100 years. And so you see this persistence of those key skills and capabilities in an area can often lead to the beginning of the next innovation district. And the last one I want to mention is things built around capability. And this is where the universities in particular come in, but not only them, other sorts of facilities as well. This is the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre, which is part of the Catapult Network in Sheffield. and it has access to the leading technology in materials handling and fabrication. Even the very biggest companies come here to try out new ideas because it's so expensive to do it on your own. So that unique capability, again, is spawning business around there. A different example, the Centre for Secure Information Technologies at Queen's University, Belfast, is the UK's leading research facility for cybersecurity. Immediately around that campus, they now have dozens of companies employing over 1,000 people, many of them spin-outs from that centre. So that key facility can drive everything. Okay, so these are all things to make it work. What can go wrong? As you would expect, the things that prevent success of an innovation district are the inverse of the attractors. And particularly, one of the things which has proved to be disruptive is hopes for regeneration. The belief that simply by creating an innovation district, you can drive regeneration. And that has often disappointed. And you'll see problems throughout in every area. Lack of communication. I talked about Newcastle regenerating itself from an industry collapse because it's got the university, because it had the skills, the facilities, and the communication. But many of the mining areas of the UK, there have been repeated attempts to encourage innovation, to bring new business in, to regenerate those areas. And basically they have all failed, particularly in Wales. And the reason is that no one wants to go and live there. There's nothing to do. There's no facilities. There's no connectivity with the rest of the world. So another example is Silicon Roundabout, a different kind of problem. So there was a concentration of small innovative companies in a small area just to the north of the City of London, very often data and financial technology driven, doing exciting things. They were so impressed by the success of this, they worked hard to bring larger companies in, and Google came and joined them at Silicon Roundabout and other large companies. What happened as a result is the rate of spin-off formation just fell off a cliff. And the reason for that was the startups could no longer afford the space. So thinking about all those attractors and making sure they're all there. So winning is about having clarity of vision, understanding what you're trying to do, targeting and focus. There will be organic evolution into different areas, but still having some clear targets. Building on your strengths, knowing what you've already got to work with. Your universities, your existing industries, your existing capabilities. Finding your attractors, using your location and connectivity, and do not imagine yourself rich. This is a phrase I got when I worked in the Netherlands from my colleagues there. It's called reckon yourself reich. Imagine yourself rich. Simply by manipulating the numbers. And so a last thought is KPIs. We've heard a lot about KPIs today. We have to be very, very careful with KPIs. One of my first bosses used to say, be very, very careful what you ask people for, because you might get it. And smart metrics and all this kind of stuff can be very, very destructive if you don't get it right. So with that, I will end. Thank you very much for your invitation. And if there are any questions or a question, I'd be happy to take it.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Do you have any questions by our audience?
Thank you very much for always very interesting and enlightening perspectives. I would like just to hear your thoughts about a center that I'm very much familiar with in the UK. Is the National Centre for University and Business. And I have been always promoting here within the kingdom to establishment of such an organization that brings the leading CEOs of British businesses along with the vice chancellors in the academic spectrum in the UK, all under one umbrella, working together to look things like talent alignment, research agendas, innovation, entrepreneurship. First of all, how do you see the success of this organization and what we can learn from here in the kingdom to establish that sort of alignment among the various stakeholders in our ecosystem, like businesses, governments? And also another brief question is that for the past few years, the UK produced three, I consider them a world-class strategic roadmaps. One is the industry strategy for the United Kingdom. The other one is the innovation strategy. At the two, and because entrepreneurship was actually incorporated in both. How do you see the implementation of these two roadmaps, which looked at as a world-class model for other countries to look at in developing innovation and strategic foresight and thinking? Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think that the whole question of spaces for conversation between, as we saw in the chart, university, industry, and government is hugely important. And I think the UK has been quite successful at doing this. Rather than that particular organization, I'll pick out some examples of what's come out of that conversation. And I think one of the most interesting ones is the Advanced Propulsion Center. So the Advanced Propulsion Center is a government industry collaboration. The government set a net zero by 2050 target. 25% of UK's emissions come from transportation, and a good chunk of that is road transportation. And so there was years of work developing a roadmap about how would you transition road transportation in the UK from where we are to net zero. And that was done in the industry with government support. The policymakers were in the room, the universities were in the room, and that has led to a detailed roadmap which is used to guide all the public investment in that space. And it's got a 10-to-1 payback and return on investment, and it's pulled in 3 times as much private investment as the initial government investment to get it going. So these conversations create the possibility of that kind of clarity where the end user, in this case the car manufacturers, are saying, if we're going to solve this problem, we need all these technical issues sorted out. We've got solutions to some of them. We need innovation in these spaces. Let us talk to the universities. Let us talk to the new startups, the spin-outs, the innovative companies. Talk to our supply chain. And let's collectively move forward. And by the way, government, if you could provide us some lubrication funds to help us take more risks, that will be much appreciated. And that's what's happened. And it's been incredibly successful and incredibly powerful. And I think that then connects with your second question about the use of roadmaps. The point is that they do not develop quickly. I've built roadmaps with industry sectors. You're usually looking at 2 years to actually get that clarity of analysis and understanding and ability to move forward collectively. And sometimes people try to do them as a one-off consulting exercise, and that doesn't work. Just as you said at the beginning, it is having those fora for discussion where all these key players are meeting together that eventually enables those useful roadmaps to evolve. Does that answer your question?
Okay, we'll take one more question.
Thank you very much. It's very fruitful to listen to. I got a quick question. We know that data is essential for R&D, and given the current situation here and how our data are acquired, how do you think that is possible from your experience? Do they, these centers provide an access to the data, the baseline of the data? Because we do have an experience here, but it's probably going to be different from yours.
It's very variable. One of the problems with many initiatives is it's easy to fall into analysis paralysis, that you say, well, if only we'd done a deeper study, if only got more numbers to work with, it would be easier to make a decision. And most decisions are made on the basis of incomplete information. What some of these activities do is they help create market understanding amongst the smaller companies. So one of the issues for developing companies is often they may think they understand the market requirement, but actually they may not, or they may have picked the wrong market. And so helping them understand the need to adapt, maybe to pivot to a new application area for their technology, is an important part of what all these 8 different fora and discussion partners can do. Another thing which we've used a lot in the UK is encourage collaborative R&D projects, collaborative innovation projects, which involve universities, small companies, large companies in various ways, but always try and make sure the customer is part of the collaboration. Because if the customer is part of the collaboration, they can just kind of make sure that it doesn't head off and solve the wrong problem. Something like 80 to 90% of innovations that fail when introduced into the market fail because they solved a problem that the target customer didn't have. And it's it's overwhelmingly the main reason why innovations fail when introduced to the market, is they just don't solve the right problem. So bringing the customer into the conversation, because we all get excited by our ideas. And we all believe passionately in whatever brilliant thought we've had, and we like to talk about how we can change the world with our technology. Bringing the customer in enables some reality to enter the conversation as well.
Thank you, Dr. Miller, for this amazing presentation. And our second expert talk, right before the break, is Building Thriving Innovation Ecosystems, Strategies for Success in Saudi Arabia, by Engineer Munif Al-Munif, the Managing Director of New Lab KSA. Please join me in welcoming Engineer Munif.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to try and make this short and sweet. I know everyone's a bit tired in the morning and excited for the break. So I'll try to make it as short and as exciting as possible. So a lot of people ask me, is this a rendering? This is not a rendering. This is our offices in New York. This used to be our it's actually in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. This is where the World War II ships were fabricated in the 1940s. Recently, in 2017, New Lab, along with the Economic Development City of New York, decided to actually create an innovation ecosystem in that space. We've also built one in Detroit, and we're trying to build one here in Saudi Arabia. So I think everyone here is in agreement when I say that startups are developing the technologies that will reshape the global economy in the next decade. New Lab particularly exists to help these critical technology startups commercialize faster. There was a lot of discussion and talk during the earlier talks today about R&D and innovation, but then there's a commercialization part that I think Mr. Sherwood alluded to that I think is extremely important, and that's what we're trying to work on. New Lab's unique place-based model lowers barriers for critical tech founders, and that drives commercialization outcomes that translates into economic impact. These are some of our geographies that were deployed around the world. We started in Brooklyn in 2017. We have also in New Jersey that's launching in the first half of 2025, and then also in Detroit that was launched in 2023. We also have in Uruguay one of our facilities there, and now we've just launched in Riyadh. So how do we do this? through three main aspects. Our model reduces barriers to get critical tech to market faster. How do we do that? First, let's talk about infrastructure. We operate technical infrastructure and pilot sites to reduce development timelines. We try to enable testing of the equipment that the startups actually produce and prototype. We also structure commercialization projects with the end users, the customers. This includes some government entities. We partner with government entities as well as industrial partners to actually accelerate commercial outcomes that would usually take months and years. And finally, the capital aspect, which we provide access to risk capital through either direct investments from New Lab or through connectivity to our venture network. We try to provide non-dilutive funding from strategic partners in every location. So some of you might know this, but unfortunately, only 10% of venture capital funding is aimed towards hardware and deep tech. At New Lab, our startups scale faster, and we try to bring in much more than and increase that 10% number that you saw earlier. I want to just show you some numbers here on the screen. Since 2017, we've launched over 110 plus pilots for the startups to actually validate commercial pathways and de-risk the scaling part. 32 startups have exited. The exit valuations were reaching above $2.8 billion. The startups have raised around $4.3 billion since joining New Lab. If I look at just 2023 to 2024, 42% of the pilots actually advanced towards commercialization. In that year alone, in 2023, $1.65 billion was actually raised from startups. From January of 2024 to August 24, we raised over $600 million for startups. And at the end of the day, it's not only about the funding and financing, it's also about how we can actually make them go to market much quicker. So our startups raise Series B in 120 days, which is usually much faster than the average. This has helped a lot of the VC funds, Sequoia Capital, Andreessen Horowitz, Founders Fund, to actually invest along New Lab startups. Actually, I might have skipped one here. In the background picture, this is a company called Launcher, which builds space rockets and takes satellites all the way to orbit. They've been recently acquired by VAST in 2023 as another space company. And we're proud because they were actually doing a lot of testing and piloting in the Brooklyn office in New York. These are some of the sectors that we're actually looking at, from energy to mining to logistics, the built environment, which includes materials, food systems and agriculture, and industrial decarbonization. So again, going back to the point of commercialization and piloting. So how do we do this? We try to form public-private partnerships with government and governmental entities within the area that we operate in to actually, start accelerating the pilots. So within Detroit, if you look at the left-hand side, there's a transportation innovation zone that we actually work with the Michigan Department of Transportation to actually, give us all of this zone that we can actually test and pilot projects in. They've also given us a Port of Monroe to actually, start piloting projects there as well. And then the advanced air mobility, where we partnered with the Federal Aviation Administration to actually see if we can do cross-border, drone delivery between the US and Canada. Again, in every market or in every, let's say, location that we go to, and specifically in Detroit, we launched the logistics studio. So if we look at the logistics studio, going back to the point Dr. Miller was talking about, bringing in the customers to talk to them. We brought in the Michigan Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration. It's actually important to have government enablement and government support as a regulatory enablement in that aspect. Stellantis is one of those, let's say, customers. Some of you might not know Stellantis. Stellantis is the mother company of Jeep, Renault, Peugeot, Chrysler, Dodge, and so on and so forth, and Henry Ford Health. And the challenge was, how can we activate low-altitude airspace for sustainable movement of people and goods? And we brought in the startups that you can see at the bottom to start actually testing and piloting in these locations that I spoke about earlier. If you recall, when I was talking about Stellantis, Detroit is actually right on the border between the US and Canada. There are facilities and plants, or let's say warehouses between the US and Canada that Stellantis owns. And they had a lot of material delivery back and forth through trucking. And they're like, can I avoid sending people back and forth in trucks? Is there a way to move small parts through these drones? So we partnered with the Federal Aviation Administration, the Customs, US Customs and Border Protection, to start actually going and delivering materials between the US and Canada to enable that, let's say, supply chain aspect. Mythos AI in the Port of Monroe, we brought them in. They do these self-driving marine vessels that do hydrographic data collection and mapping in ports. They aim to speed the movement of goods. They develop these, what they call automated marine highways and maritime mapping. This actually resulted in $8 million of sales pipeline in the state of Michigan. Another example is Amogy, which we're proud of. They were founded by two MIT postdoctoral students who convert ammonia into hydrogen, clean hydrogen. Ammonia is essentially hydrogen, but they've managed to find a way to capture the nitrogen before the actual combustion. That makes it much cleaner. New Lab, here's what New Lab did. We built out the facilities that they needed. They said, we want this type of lab and this type of machine shops and this type of equipment. And we brought in all of them and they started testing and piloting. They've put their first, let's say, commercial demonstration on a 5-kilowatt drone, as well as a 100-kilowatt tractor, and also a 300-kilowatt semi-truck, which you see in the pictures here. Amogy has also raised almost $200 million at a $1 billion valuation. They've grown from 2 employees to 130 plus employees. And also Aramco Ventures, which is the corporate venture capital arm of Aramco, is also invested in Amogy. They're actually coming here in November to start seeing how they can actually pilot with Aramco as well. So it's good to see some of these success stories of startups that are from there coming here and starting to pilot and create some traction here. And again, going back to the point of what we're trying to do in Riyadh, we're trying to build and establish a regional platform anchored in Riyadh to bring all of these critical technology startups that we spoke about. There is potential to collaborate with Aramco in Lab 7 in the Eastern Province, as well as in Jeddah with our colleagues and friends at KAUST and Saudi Airlines, NEOM as well. So the focus areas right now is, at least from what we've started, has been in mining and critical minerals, and as well as mobility and logistics. These things have already launched, and we already started talking to some of these entities that are here today. At least when I start with mining, we've already been in discussions with the Ministry of Industry and Minerals, the Saudi Geological Survey, Ma'aden. All of them were saying, I have these challenges, we need to resolve these challenges. How can you help us bring startups that can actually solve these challenges and help commercialize them? The same thing is kickstarting with the mobility and logistics, followed by energy and the industrial sector. This just gives you an example of what we've been doing in terms of mining. If you look at the mining life cycle, exploration to development to extraction, processing, and finally recycling, and across every part of the value chain, there are several challenges that we face. We want to reduce the amount of water that's being used in extraction. We want to reduce the amount of carbon that's being released as a result. We want to explore better, more efficiently, with less resources, and so on and so forth. And across all of them, this is to Dr. Miller's point, we bring in the startups and see if they can actually they've sat down with Ma'aden and these entities, and can they actually solve the challenges that they're facing? And if not, the startup itself can actually start working towards solving these challenges for Ma'aden and creating a market basically for the startup. If you look at the different archetypes of startups, you have the discovery and ideation, pre-seed or seed, Series A, Series B, and then the market scale. And going back to the point I was talking about earlier in terms of operating the infrastructure and building those shops and labs, doing the commercial programming and piloting, and then providing that, let's say, capital. But what does this actually mean? And I'm going to go one by one, but starting at the bottom. So blended capital. This includes non-dilutive grants, VC, and project financing. We need to provide incentives to actually de-risk and accelerate startup attraction, stimulate the actual demand to reduce that market risk. There's a policy and regulation part, working with the governmental entities. None of what we achieved in Detroit could have been achieved without partnering with the Federal Aviation Administration, the Michigan Department of Transportation, and that's why we're partnering with the Transport General Authority in Saudi Arabia, as well as the Ministry of Transport and Logistics, to actually help enable us in conducting similar, let's say, activities and startups. There's also sandbox programs from different ministerial entities that I've seen. And then there's also the offtake and commercial development, linking the startups and potential off-takers to get that market, let's say, commitment and facilitate or build a commercial pipeline. There's the shared infrastructure, which I already spoke about, having shops, labs, where the startups can actually come and build prototypes. And then finally, the manufacturing and supply chain, which is extremely important in the commercialization part, because a lot of startups come in and say, going back to Peter Thiel's book, From Zero to One, a lot of people keep focusing on that 0 to 1, but then there's that discussion of how do I go from 1 to 10, and then that discussion of how do I go from 10 to 100. And that part, that saying, if Ma'aden says, I want you to build me, you help me do 1,000 of those, but I want you to do 100 million of those. Doing this requires building facilities, plants, assembly lines that can actually, help solve these challenges that industrial players actually face. And that's why I think it's extremely important that the commercialization aspect is extremely important when it comes to what startups face in terms of growing and scaling. Finally, we're trying to create that center of gravity. I think Mr. Sherwood alluded to, going into a space similar to the garage, and you get that feeling, and getting startups actually excited to actually work in that space. There's a life aspect, there's a work aspect, there's a livability aspect. Creating that density and ecosystem effects is extremely crucial. Being in close proximity to the national labs and research centers is also important. Expand the collaboration, drive new company creation, maximize utilization of national assets, and drive economic impact. That's it. I have some pictures from our shops and labs in Detroit, and as some people were asking me about those earlier. The one on the left is the only rendering, but everything else is real, because you can see the Kingdom Tower. More of our shops and build mini assembly lines and accelerators. This is our gathering space in Brooklyn, and that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Munif. This is a great presentation. My question is, deep tech usually off-takers are there the government or big corporation. So you need to create this kind of link with the demand at certain stage. How do you create that link? At what point would you create this kind of link with the demand on the life cycle of the development?
So, good question. I think the example that I brought, which is at least on mining, it wouldn't make sense to talk to Ma'aden and Saudi Geological Survey alone. It wouldn't make sense to talk to the Ministry of Industry and Minerals alone. You have to talk to both of them. You have to have that, let's say, government enablement, and at the same time, seeing what the industrial sector actually needs. The government is there as a policymaker and a regulator, and more importantly, as an enabler for these startups to scale and grow. They're the ones that are creating that push. The government as a policymaker saying, we need to do this, we need to do that. Ma'aden's the execution agency, for instance, and Ma'aden tries to drive that outcome. And that workshop, that, let's say, meetings and engagement with both of these entities helps us in identifying the market participants, identifying that demand, building that commercial pipeline, because they say, I need help with this, can you actually do it? And we try to source our startups globally, and they say, maybe we can, maybe we can't, but some of them actually pivot to actually say that, yes, we can. And when they do, what's next? You know, it becomes a question of, yes, we did a successful pilot, it succeeded, but now we want to think about what's next. We want to scale, we want to grow. And, you know, at least our main objective is that economic impact, that economic development, creating jobs, and let's say helping the industrial sector particularly grow in the kingdom more and more over the next decade.
Thank you. So that was a really interesting presentation, some fascinating work going on there.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you about the sort of dwell time of the startup companies in your shared spaces. A lot of incubator structures have quite strict rules where you've got to grow to a certain point within a fixed period of time or you're out. You know, what sort of dwell times do you see in that particular phase of the development?
We've seen different models for accelerators and incubators. That's why I go back to the point. We try to be different in terms of lowering the barriers to entry. You know, when Amogy came, there were 2 people. Now there are 100+ people. They're occupying more and more space. They themselves said, you know, in a little bit we're going to leave, but we love your facilities. So, you know, they're scaling, they're growing. We try not to be, you know, some accelerators and incubators try to focus on IP, you know, or equity. We try not to do that. Our main business model relies on bringing these companies, creating traction, creating traffic, and then hopefully help them scale and grow. After that point, they're going to say, hey, listen, I need your help to introduce me to the people in Saudi Arabia. I need to conduct a pilot there. I need to build and scale and grow there, and so on and so forth. And that's an opportunity for us because that's when we actually raise funds. We had, in the past, we've been investing directly from our balance sheets, but just small ticket sizes. But we try to be flexible in a sense because we're trying to create traffic. We're trying to you know, we think more of the economic, that social impact much more. Yeah, precisely. And we help them as, you know, scale and grow. Yeah. I hope I'm on time.
Any other questions?
Happy to answer any other questions offline. All right. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy lunch.
Fascinating talks by our experts under the third theme for today's forum. Before we take the break, may I have your attention, please? The registration for tours will close in 10 minutes. If you still did not register for any of the tours that we are offering toward the end of the day, please do so by scanning the QR code that you can find on any of the tables in this room. We will now take the prayer and lunch break. Please enjoy your meal, and our colleagues outside will be more than happy to direct you to the diner or to the mosque. Bon appetit. يعطيكم العافية. p.m. We will come back and resume at 2 p.m. Yes, I'll give it to you. We will start in 2 minutes. We will start in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. Let me repeat it one more time. Good afternoon. Ahlan wa sahlan. I hope that the second section of this forum is going to be lighter since it's after lunch, and I hope that everyone enjoyed their lunch during the break. We will now transition to our partnership and ecosystems for innovation success sessions. Our first speaker is Mr. Ben Thuria, a partner at Arthur D. Little, who will present the next two expert talks. One of them is on behalf of Phil Webster, talking about practical actions to attract the right partners for innovation districts and how to create effective physical infrastructure in innovation districts. Please join me in welcoming Ben to the stage.
Thank you. Great. So it's a privilege to present. It's also a little bit difficult after lunch, I know. So we've been working at Arthur D. Little on innovation districts for quite a long time now. And it's always really exciting when something you've been working on suddenly becomes a forum where we start having conferences about this. And so very excited, very energizing to see the speakers this morning. It's really good, foresightful work for KAUST and the RDIA to have launched this initiative, this reflection around this, because it's much needed in the kingdom right now. I will first apologize. My colleague Phil Webster is not here. He has had his passport stolen in Brussels, and so can't make it. Quick intro to Arthur D. Little. We've been around for a very long time. We're the first management consulting firm, and the reason for our success is essentially that we focused on innovation. It's kept us alive. We focus on these issues because they're perennial, they help business and society, and there's always a demand for these services. And we try and anticipate the future of innovation, and that's why we're here today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the projects that we've worked on for the last 5 years around innovation districts and centers around the world. We're building here around our experiences with the campus in Manchester and their innovation district, which we supported over 3 years. Working with West Cambridge Science Park in their new science park development in Cambridge and its latest innovation district. Working in the UAE around innovation hubs. These are under spatial design and construction now, and particularly focused around collaborative research in that case. And then, of course, in Saudi Arabia, we've done work with NEOM. They're specifically trying to size the requirements for an innovation district and an innovation center, particularly the physical engineering requirements for precision fermentation. And that means understanding what demand there is in the market. We also work with universities. We've worked with UM6P in Morocco, with universities in Malaysia, like University Technology Petronas, and in the kingdom as well. So we're sharing two things, two parallel presentations, if you want. One is around physical infrastructure, and the other one is around effective ecosystems and people. How do we bring the right people here? I'm going to start first by talking about physical infrastructure. From a property perspective, what we've learned is that there's 7 main success factors, and I'm going to go through each of them in sequence right now. We've drawn this from benchmarking and perspective with a number of the organizations that presented this morning. So Kendall Square was represented, but also work in the Netherlands, in Canada, in the UK, in France, Sweden, Southeast Asia. We've explored these models to help our clients understand what works and what doesn't work. And they really gravitate around finding a place that is unique, distinctive, connected, and capable of evolving to its surrounding environment. I'm going to go through these one by one. The first is around collaborating, colliding, creating. Collision spaces are important. They're where we create value. So one of our benchmarks here has been St. Louis. We talked about this morning. It's all about helping people collide. It's purposely designed to get people to come together. So removing central canteens, forcing people to leave the building to meet others, organizing weekly venture cafes, activities that bring people in the district together outside of their offices to collaborate. It's also about physical design. In many institutions, we see fences around the organization to stop people coming in, right? And we talk about pushing the fence back. Of course, there are areas of your business you don't want to allow other people to have access to, but is that really your whole business? Can you not allow people into the foyer easily to connect? These are kind of design principles that we need to think about. So I'm a physicist by training. The mental model I want to leave you here is a particle accelerator. We want to energize people and collide people and particles so they interact, so they release energy, so they release something rare, right? We talked this morning about the physical distance and how that impacts the ability to create patents. It's exactly this. It's about forcing people to collide. The second part is around designing for different sizes, different prizes. We are trying to get small startups to collaborate with larger players. Small startups don't want to be burning money on rent. They're usually very constrained. Kendall Square, for example, is very expensive to get property in, but they do make accommodations for smaller companies. And we see the same thing in Imperial College. They encourage people, they encourage companies to have smaller spaces, or they have spaces specifically designed for small and medium enterprises. So associated with that is, of course, the need to have some anchor tenants within your district. They act as magnets for others to interact with. So Boeing, Microsoft in Kendall Square, Schlumberger in West Cambridge. These are some of the reasons that startups choose to locate there. Next one is around dense and intense, right? It's about creating a space that will take the whole value chain. The large companies at the top, and then all of the suppliers, including the small business suppliers. A good example of this is Station F in Paris. Startups can be accommodated. Larger companies can rent small offices to act as a conduit to interact with others. They don't all need to be located there. They need to have an office that facilitates interactions. Oh, and by the way, there's hotels, there's accommodation, there's really good cafes that actually people go to who are not on the district. Okay, these are people to meet. But one of the things we define these places as is that if you're working in that value chain, you can change jobs, still be in the same environment, not change your car park. That is very, very interesting, because then you're transferring capabilities across the value chain and creating something unique. So integrating a supply chain in one place. Associated with that, and it's kind of similar, but you need a place which has mixed district development. You don't design this for a workplace. You're designing this for a 24/7 environment, right? You need food service, you need accommodation, you need cultural activities, schools for children, because some of these people will have families, okay? It shouldn't shut down at night. It should be always on. You know, when you're truly energized about something you're working on, it doesn't feel like work. You continue to work when you go out for dinner, you continue to work when you have lunch, you continue to work when you have breakfast, when you have coffee. You're constantly discussing things with people around you. That's what an energized place feels like, but you can't do this if you don't have places to meet, places to interact, places that are open long hours and where you have reasons to meet. I wanted you to think here about the Mars Bar slogan. It should be a place to work, rest, and play, right? You should be able to do all of that, not just work. Distinctive infrastructure. I think a number of people made the point. I think Darren Valley talked about their relationship and Saudi Aramco and the unique infrastructure they have available. I think Dr. Omar from Tabuk University also talked about the special relationships around water capabilities. You have something, you need something to differentiate yourself with. You don't need to be the biggest, but you need to be the best or have the best capabilities at something. If you're not differentiated, there's no reason to come. So, you know, in the UK, we see the synchrotron at Harwell as a place which creates unique capabilities for people to go and test their products, characterize their products. You see that in a number of industries where the ability to access a central technical function that nobody can afford on their own provides an anchor and brings people together. And, by the way, access to the specialized technicians you need to operate these places, which small companies can't afford. We need to think also about integrating physical and digital. Okay, I know we talk about the physical environment, but that 9-to-5 office that we all grew up with, it's gone. We need ways to make people work together virtually, but also internationally. And so when we worked with NEOM, it's all been about micro-mobility, remote access, the ability to plug companies into wider networks, global operations. We see companies like ABB or PepsiCo doing a lot of work around physical virtual presence, working together. And that has implications for how you design your buildings. You don't necessarily need to have the scales that you used to have anymore in office environments. And then, yeah, this is really important. The ability to build something that is flexible, that can be adapted, that can be shaped to the needs of the people who are working there, right? We look at MIT, historically, there's been a rather run-down building there called Building 20, which has made a huge contribution to science and society. And the reason it's done that is because startups were located in there, and it was so cheap, you could knock down walls, redesign spaces, you pay minimal rent, but the space is your own, and you can adapt it. And that ability to adapt to your physical environment is really, really important. And why is that important, you know? Well, it's because out of that building, we see a whole range of different technologies coming out, and 9 Nobel Prizes. The ability to bring people to a place where they can experiment cheaply, flexibly, is critically important here. So, that covers the physical offer. And I think I still have time, right? What about people? Because that's the other thing that brings companies and academia together. I would argue that is just as important as the place. And this is informed by a lot of the work that we do around technology strategy, helping companies understand what future capabilities they're going to need to have in-house or access remotely in the future. And these are critical for organization survival. So this is driven by the fact that we see the way innovation is happening is changing, right? We see a lot more work around ecosystems and networks, okay? We're able to interact with the value chain that we operate in to create value, to partner up with others, to bring new business models that we can't deliver in-house, okay? We see a lot of more of that happening. We see a lot more uncommon partnerships. Companies, research centers, or different companies coming together with capabilities that you wouldn't necessarily have put together. A good example for us has been the Graphene Research Center at Manchester University. Now, typically, graphene is great. If any of you are bicycle enthusiasts, you know they make the lightest frames. This company was really, really good at making lightweight bicycle frames, okay? It turns out it's also a really, really the product has very useful properties for medical devices. So putting these strange, previously not working together capabilities is creating new value. So uncommon partnerships. Being agile and responsive is also changing. We used to plan our product developments, have product development roadmaps. We're seeing a lot more agility now, right? The critical thing is less planning, more pivoting, but the ability to act quickly. And so being able to have the right people at the right time to make those decisions. And then, as we talked about, different scales of organizations working together. And so what does that mean for people and business? Well, we need to work with the rest of the value chain. We need to bring the whole supply chain together. We need to work with smaller companies. That means people who are able to work in large companies and small companies. We need access to support infrastructure for the small companies. They can't afford all of the technical functions that the large companies do, right? They need engineering advice. They need consultancy, technical consultancy in specific things. They need testing systems. And that brings us to the ecosystem support. We need to have mechanisms that help these companies interact in that district. We talk also about tax incentive, CapEx treatment. Yes, it's very important, but I would say it should be more about incentivizing output than about reducing costs and offsetting rents. We also talk about sharing data. This is sometimes a new source of wealth. When we look at what Iceland has done, for example, in terms of gene sequencing their entire population, and then making that available for people to collaborate on. Sharing data in innovation districts, innovation ecosystems, is going to be critically important. Now, we need to find ways of sharing that data, right? It still needs to belong to somebody. We still need to be able to monetize it. But it's another way of bringing people together because data and expertise allow us to create new things. And then finally, and I think this is really important in the kingdom, building a functional talent pipeline that is relevant for future industry use. So the students you're teaching, the courses you're teaching, and how they are relevant to future industrial applications, what the needs of industry are going to be in the future, that's going to be critical. And that needs to be reflected in the university's focus and will drive why people come and stay around these innovation districts. So, you know, practical things to do, good practical things to do. Don't start pouring concrete. Okay, it's really, really important to try and figure out the demand for your district. Who is going to come? Why are they interested? What demand is there for the services that you're providing, for the technology you're providing, right? You have buildings available. Use them. Then think about creating new buildings, new demands. That will really avoid building white elephants. Because once you've built your white elephant, the concrete is poured. You can't change that thing very much, okay? Second, let's talk about being genuinely differentiated. Yep. Creating unique selling points, not, you know, things that will make a difference for Saudi Arabia. And then value creation. We've often historically seen districts as infrastructure plays. You know, property development. You want to build a place, you want to fill it up with tenants, you want to make money out of renting. You can, okay? But you will get less value in the long run if you do that. And you will take higher risks because you will then have to fill that space. Much better to have a slow start, but think about the values you're creating, not just from rents, but from innovations, from patents, from the private and the public benefits, the job creations you're doing for the kingdom, for that area. That, I think, makes very successful long-term development. And it needs to be thought about early, because you're looking at a 20 to 30-year time frame here. Okay, how am I doing for time? Good? All right. So we're seeing things here that are, you know, going to need to be societally focused, enriched, dense, intense, integrated, engineered for collision, capable of creating future large companies, accessible, pushing the fence back, places to live, work, and play, and digitally driven. So let me just leave you with some, I've bombarded you with material, but let me leave you with some mental images now. I think that's really helpful. And I know a lot of you are engineers and scientists, so let me indulge you. It's about calculus, right? Calculus means differentiation, focus, and integration, integrating the value chain, okay? It's about particle accelerators. It's about energizing and creating collisions and interactions. It's about the Mars bar slogan, work, rest, and play in those spaces. It's about long-term investment for value creation. And finally, please be demand-driven. It's not, if you build it, they will come. That is a really, really bad idea. Start by understanding what the demand is, using what you have to deliver the demand, and build on that. Then you will adapt what you're creating for the demands of the market. So, I'll leave you here. It's been, I hope, a bit of provocation, but hopefully starting a good discussion this afternoon. Okay. Happy to take questions, if
we have any questions.
Sure.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very, very interesting. And I would like to emphasize a topic that you were introducing is the collision. And collision means how you are promoting the interaction between agents with common and uncommon purpose. Sometimes it's a common purpose, sometimes you are exploring some synergies. There is an element that we work at ISP is the concept of epicenters. Because collisions could be in any place, but you can really create spaces that are promoting better collisions, or in a case, better interactions between agents. May you work a little more on that, or may you explain a little more how you promote these kind of collisions with density?
Okay. I mean, classic ways to do that in larger organizations typically is to encourage hot desking. Don't let people be at the same desk all the time. Force them to move around the building all the time. Make them travel to go to the restroom, to the coffee, to lunch, right? Because when you travel, you bump into people. You have to interact with other people. No closed offices. I think some of the American models are really good. I think we looked at Kendall Square, for example. What they do around venture cafes is really interesting. They force people to, they don't force people. They create an incentive for people to meet. And that's really, really important. What else can you do for collisions? You can move the fence back. You can let people come into your buildings. You know, make it easy for people to come into your buildings. That makes it much easier. More aggressive things, you could start moving people in your company around different jobs, around different locations. That's a bit harsh, but it can be done. And there's a digital presence as well, you know, encouraging people to interact not just locally, but globally, to be plugged into international networks. But I'd be really interested, I mean, we had some great examples this morning, so I'll let others come in on that as well.
If I may interrupt you, Ben, sorry. Just for the audience with the live streaming, if you can just bring the mic closer.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
Hi, thank you so much for this great presentation. Pretty much kind of like doing a very good summary of what needs to be done there actually to attract them. And specifically this slide will tell you this is what you need, and from there you can start driving things. But looking at these next actions to be taken, if somebody could like start ranking them by weight, seeing exactly which one is the very important thing that will start to affect, followed by what and what and what and so on. Because I'm sure some of them is something considered really mandatory to have. Without it, there's nothing. And others, it's good to have as they enhance things better to make it to a different level. So if it's up to you, for example, ranking it, let's go with the top 3, for example, of all these actions. Which do you think these are the really important ones to take? Thank you.
I can think of 2 immediately, right? Focus. A density of expertise in one area is really important. And having a reason for people to come to you, to your specific innovation district that you're known for, I think that's critical. Engineering for collision, really, really important. There is a problem in the Middle East generally. We've seen this in Saudi Arabia, I've seen this in Kuwait. It's very hot in the summer. People only move around in cars. So this whole European model of people walking around, it's difficult to replicate. But there are mobility solutions that will help with that. Pushing the fence back might be a good idea in some places, and finding reasons to engineer those collisions. I think that's really important. In Kuwait, for example, we saw one of the centers had a museum and art exhibits associated with it, and would hold specific nights around that to bring an engineering community to talk about art. Okay, it worked for them. I'm not saying it works everywhere else, but that specifically was quite interesting to us. I think linked to the focus, integrating the value chain. So, yeah, calculus, differentiation, focus, and integration of the value chain in that place so that you can interact and solve problems together, I think is pretty important. All of the other thing is also good. Thank you.
Great. We have a question in the middle.
Hey, thank you very much. I have two questions. The first one, I'd like you to just elaborate more on the bullet point number 2, where you said different prices for different sizes. I think I just missed that. And the second question is related to closing the gap when you don't have that physical proximity, when you are further out from the urban development. How do you kind of close that gap?
Okay, I'll answer the first one because it's easier than the second one, okay? In terms of, it needs to be mixed-use models. Companies like Schlumberger will pay for high-end rent offices with full support, security guards, desks that you can move up and down, the whole lot, the concierge services, etc. Startups just do not have that kind of money to burn. They will take a room with 2 desks, and then they will try and fit 4 people in there, right? You need to recognize those models, and you need to have a reason to make it attractive for the startups and for the larger companies. That also means that you might need to downgrade or upgrade some of the working spaces that you're looking at. Might mean that you need different rental periods. A large company may be willing to, invest for 2 years and kind of sign a contract for that. A small startup doesn't even have that long. They'll happily hire it for you by the week, and they'll insist on having weekend access as well, by the way. So these kinds of things. Having said that, the smaller companies also sometimes need specialist support, but they can't pay for it full time. So pay by the hour for specific services. That can be really powerful, as long as you can identify the shared services that they need, or you go and ask the Schlumberger people who provide these services whether they'd like to make a little bit of extra money on the side, contract support for others. It can work. Your second question was about urban areas. It's much harder. So one of our experiences has been working with University Technology Petronas. It's a great university set up to provide Petronas with petroleum engineers and associated skills. And it was set up in the middle of nowhere because they were given free land. Okay, it's a 2-hour drive from Kuala Lumpur. Nobody drives there. Nobody drives there. They have been able to get local businesses interested. But what they eventually had to do was set up satellite offices in other centers and really invest heavily in delocalization, in digital communication to do that. It's only a partial answer. It's a big problem. So I think you had your hand up? No.
Yes. There are 2 questions, last 2 questions I will take.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think the problem here sometimes the people, they set a definition for the innovation. And this is like, if you put a frame, you cannot go outside this frame. For example, in the people, they don't listen for junior people. Maybe they have them imagination unlimited. And also they don't listen to the old people. Maybe they have wisdom, they have something, they can say the word and it's enough for a year. Sometimes They said, okay, this is a startup company, we are looking for quality, not quantity. Maybe the quantity is important. Sometimes you find something, this is what you are looking for. Sometimes they don't use new technology, AI, programming, and something else. Sometimes some people they said, okay, we are looking at this issue and we are looking to solve it. This is you can do a hackathon and you will find more than what you are looking for. Here, I think it's a lot of things to be take it in your account. It's not a definition, and you set it for yourself, and you make your mind, this is what you need to do.
I think I agree with a lot of that, so yeah. If you're interested in the definition of innovation, is that one of the things? I have a hard line on that, which is I'll take the Frascati manual and OECD definitions of innovation all the way. Innovation is not invention. Invention is important, right? But you can innovate by combining things that have already been invented. And in many cases, that's a very rich and cheap way to do it. Because inventing everything from scratch is very expensive. The ability to work with the ecosystem, with others, to do that is what is bringing the cost of innovation down. Okay? But for me, innovation is a new combination that solves an economic problem. It's no use to anyone unless you can monitor. Okay, that's not true. Unless you can create value from it. Okay, it doesn't have to be money. Unless you can create value from it, nobody cares about the innovation. And nobody should care about the innovation. Sorry, there's just too much to solve to do that. Sorry, I take a hard line on that.
Thank you for the great presentation. Just a simple question. It may not be simple. It's about
the best ones rarely are. The best ones rarely are.
It's about building the digital space. How would you take a practical approach towards initiating and
I'll be honest and say that I have colleagues who are much better at this than I am, but for me, the digital space is about breaking some of the boundaries that we have with others and facilitating those interactions. That means investment. Sometimes it means investment in virtual reality, especially for engineering firms. That can be really important. The ability to link people so that they can see the same problem together can work very well. I will say Microsoft Teams and any of the other communications have made it. I mean, I think we all agree in the last few years we've started to communicate much more using those tools. They work very well. I think a lot of us could be educated to work those tools better, understand how to run efficient meetings would help, because sometimes you have a lot of people on the call with very few people contributing. You see some of the best performing companies would not allow that. You have to have your face on, you have to be active, you have to be present, not doing your spreadsheets when you're on a call, and you have to be focused. And you keep the meeting as short as possible. And if you need to do deeper dives, go with the 2 or 3 people that need to talk about this. Don't drag the entire group down with you into something that is time wasting for the others. But we need to be smart about that. And I think there's also a need, I don't know if you've noticed, but we don't have random collisions online, right? We used to bump into colleagues and say, oh, I have a question. Or for our juniors, for example, when they're learning to do analysis and spreadsheets, they used to be able to sit by an experienced consultant, and if they have a problem, they ask them. And this is the reason we mandate our juniors to turn up to the office, because online, it's difficult to reach out and say, hey, I have this problem. And you don't bump into other people by accident online, you schedule meetings. Now, it's great, but there's no randomness here, and there's no collision. There's no random collision there. And I think that's an important thing to think about. Does that? Yes, to the best of my ability. Thank you. Yeah? Cheers. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you Ben Thoria for presenting today, and also our thanks goes to Phil Webster, and we wish him all the best to making it, inshallah, back to Saudi Arabia. Next, the third and the last session on the partnerships and ecosystems for innovation success theme. It's Empowering Ecosystem, KAUST Contributions to Innovation by Nawaf Al-Gain, the Director of Innovation Ecosystem at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. Please join me in welcoming Nawaf to the podium.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. No. All right. How's everybody doing after lunch? Yeah? Can I hear a little bit of a response better than yeah? How's everybody feeling today? Great. All right, just wanted to change things up a little bit. So I promise not to bore you guys with too many slides. We'll keep it simple and light. But I wanted to say that I'm very delighted to be here amongst many of you, and there's so many fruitful information today that only confirms that we're all working towards building a sustainable innovation ecosystem. So with that said, I look after the innovation ecosystem here at KAUST. Just want to give you guys an overview, a very high level of what is it exactly that we do and how do we kind of overcome many of these challenges that we all face. In order for us to kind of build a healthy ecosystem, specifically revolving around how do we kind of springboard the innovation landscape, we looked at it at 4 major components. How do we create new ventures, in various formats, whether it be in the training or other programs that we might have. Focusing on capacity building, how do you uplift the capacity in terms of lots of the support system within the other segments that we will identify a few later. Provide access to funding. And of course, we all talked about space and having the right facilities. So we focus a lot on venture creation and helping building an entrepreneurial ecosystem through various formats. But the main key ingredient in many of these programs is throughout partnerships. We believe that with the right partner, we will get better results. And many of our partners help us kind of reverse engineer our programs. So we have the Taqaddam Accelerator program, one of our flagship programs that we've done. This is our 8th cohorts. I'm sure many of you guys have heard about it. We have also Next Era, which looks at a different tier of scale-up companies. This is in partnership with NTDP, MCIT, and other key partners. We also have other new programs that we're kicking in terms of attraction of the soft landing program within other international stakeholders. And what's really important is when we reverse engineer these programs with the right partner, we identify the demand side. We look at what is actually required. How do we solve a specific problem? I've heard that a lot today throughout the talks. And how do we re-engineer and develop our programs to create a viable impact? So this isn't about places or spaces. It's more about how do we uplift the ecosystem throughout the various forms. And some numbers that we keep in measure. Now, mind you, we're a 15-year-old university, so these numbers are still on the rise, and I'm sure my colleagues are looking at these numbers being a little bit outdated. But what's really important, number that I look at, is the active startup list. Yes, we all look at how much they've raised, what are their revenue streams, how many jobs they've created, which are very impactful. But what's important is to identify the health of these startups. Over the past 10 years, we've established more than 300 companies, of which 160 are active, and I think this number is also on the rise, so my colleague will correct that. But we're talking about a 50% plus survival rate, which is global standards. It's phenomenal. Now, it might be high today because of the growth in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and we anticipate a bit of stability over the coming years. But it's very important to notice the survival rate. Another key initiative, I know I've seen some of our partners in this room, is working with the NIDLib for building the 4IR Center, the Fourth Industrial Revolution Center. And it's a very important program by how do we uplift the capacity of not just the startups, but how do we take that same learnings into the manufacturing side, the SMEs, the industry, by adopting innovation throughout the various network and programs that we might have, whether it be through IP or through just a small solution that be driven to help enhance the manufacturing cycle to support the system moving forward. And this is an ongoing project. So we're hosting this project in Jeddah, in Mudan, right next to the customer's base to identify further challenges and solutions that we can kind of take this forward. Funding as a vehicle. I'm sure we all heard about startups knocking on our doors asking for funding, like it's going to solve the world's problem, which is not, but it is a means to support that. We actually run 2 funds at the university. The one we look after here is the seed funding, and there's a huge gap in terms of the seed investments for earlier stage startups. It's a riskier fund that looks at helping to streamline a lot of the company's growth. But aside from just the investment side, there's also grants that we're offering into the various formats. So we understand that the access to finance and funding is very important for any innovation ecosystem. But moving forward is also tapping into the network. So within our programs, we engage with more than 30 to 35 venture capitalists from all over the region to get involved with these companies early on to kind of help them, guide them, and provide the right measure of investments that are required. Of course, the most important bit here, since we're all here together collectively, is leveraging KAUST, specifically the KAUST Research and Technology Park, as a launch pad. Now, we all talk about being a destination. We all talk about attracting the right companies, and we all, in sort of speak, are in a competitive advantage about what is the value proposition of each zone or area of innovation. I like to talk about what we offer first. So having access in KAUST gives us the ability to not only give you space, office space, or laboratory space for that matter, but also getting the support system from KAUST at large. So you get access to the talent, you get access to the facilities, core laboratory facilities, access to support services we provide from procurement and so forth. But what's really most important is pivoting away from being real estate focused. Yes, we provide office space. We have laboratories that we offer on rental basis. We have workshop for pilot manufacturing facilities as well. We have mentors. We have other services from finance, HR, legal, and so forth that can provide everything that everybody else offers. But what's really important is using KAUST as a living lab. Mimics a small city. It's a safe environment for technologies to kind of move forward and test this technology, whether it be drones flying or autonomous vehicles, or having a large manufacturing algae facility like we have next door to produce the next era of generation. And we'd like to position ourselves as a living laboratory. And we're moving away from the real estate business model. And I love the fact that we mentioned, if you build it, they will come. Well, they certainly will not. And we don't anticipate to build the 3 million square meters of land we have at the park. We look at to leverage existing facility, to expand on sandboxes and other facilities in various sectors that we've already identified, to kind of scale a lot of the technologies moving forward to create a larger impact to the base economy. And this is our ingredients that we like to do in terms of building an innovation ecosystem. Thank you, guys. Questions?
Thank you, Nawaf. If you have any questions. Any questions from the back? Great. Thank you so much, Nawaf. Thank you, Nawaf. And now, under the last theme of this forum, which is navigating the future of innovation districts, please join me in welcoming, and special thanks also to the great Dr. Hibal Jibreen, who was behind also the organization of this forum, along with our colleagues from the KRTP team, Ahmed Bouhlega and Reem Philby and the team. Please welcome Dr. Hibal Jibreen, the Innovation Enablement General Manager at RDIA, for her closing session titled Going Forward, Activating Innovation District Alliance.
Hello, everyone. I know it's been a long day today, and this is just a closing session. It wouldn't take much, inshallah. But we cannot start with RDIA vision without ending with our aspiration, inshallah, today. So you have seen today a lot of discussions about innovation districts in general and how we can enrich this ecosystem. So we have to start first with what we started today about the ambitions of the national RDI strategy. And maybe I want to highlight is that we are working on increasing the GDP by 2.5% in 2030. And as we have been discussed with our esteemed speaker, that it is one of the most important enablements when it comes to innovation in general. And of course, when it comes to focus areas, we're also focusing on 4 main priorities to make sure that we have a goal that we want to reach out at the end. And of course, for that, as RDIA itself, we have our own strategy with 4 main pillars, and we have found out that innovation districts actually could be a game-changer initiatives under the activation pillar, where we want to have an innovation district ecosystem that promote collaboration locally and also globally. That being said, of course, we had to dig deeper into the challenges that we have in the kingdom, and we all know that when it comes to infrastructure, we have a good infrastructure, we have a lot of university researchers and talents, but of course, we still lack in having limited collaboration and partnership. We used to have undirected R&D and also limited presence of innovation districts, as you all know. And finally, of course, fragmented communication and isolation. And here it comes the role of RDIA, and we work on creating the Innovation Districts Alliance with our colleagues and members of different techno-valleys in the kingdom. And of course, as have the Vice Governor, Dr. Han, in the beginning highlighted about establishing the alliance and its impact, it also has its own advantages. And we just established it in April, we announced it, and we found out a lot of benefits actually in that alliance. First of all, of course, it's fostering innovation and collaboration. And today, actually, this event, this forum was a result of the members' suggestion, requesting to have this forum to all of us together where we meet every year. And of course, in addition to the meetups that we have every quarter. In addition to that, of course, we are, through this alliance, it was possible to also emphasize on sharing the resources and the expertise. And we have seen how mature innovation districts and techno valleys was helping the newly added members and in maturing and knowing the know-how in order to mature more than that, what they have. And finally, of course, promoting R&D not only locally, but also globally. With our also esteemed speaker today, you have seen how things are going forward. And based on that, last year we only had 4 members as part of the innovation, the International Association of Science Parks and Techno Valleys. But now, after increasing and establishing this alliance and knowing and understanding the benefits of having this ecosystem, it was possible to have now 10 in less than a year, 10 members, and we have, as part of these 10 members, a total of 12 members as part of the alliance, and there's other universities and technoparks and science parks also working on establishing this ecosystem altogether. However, of course, as part of this ecosystem, it was possible to capture the contribution of these members and as a local ecosystem and capture the innovation outputs of and the opportunities of harmonizing these efforts with more than 1,000 incubated companies in the last years altogether. 143 were able to transition from R&D into having startups, and of course, creating different jobs opportunities. However, we don't stop here. Of course, as have been discussed before, we want to harmonize this effort together and consolidate the dispersed effort in having special innovation zones that have an anchored and specialized areas or specialty on each area around the kingdom, where we could emphasize on the resources that they have, the talents, and all the benefits that they could contribute. However, this is only by 2040. After that, we're also aspire to also expand this collaboration globally to also not only bridge the gaps between the innovation districts locally in the kingdom, but also expand this and bridge this gap globally with all the innovation districts around the world in order to attract investments and attract the R&D players into the kingdom. All this would not have been possible to happen without our members of the Alliance and all the ideas that they gave us and all the brainstorming that happened in the last couple of meetups throughout the year. And based on that, there was a roadmap that we built up together, starting, of course, in the beginning with engaging with internal stakeholders, external stakeholders, and now we're also want to introduce scholarship students that is studying abroad in order to attract them to come back and work at these innovation districts and also enable it together. In addition to these engagements, it was possible also to build different partnerships and also propose different programs that enable the private and public sector partnerships to work together, because the biggest challenge is isolation between research and real markets. So that's why it's very important to build it. And of course, RDI services and programs is being prepared to be announced to everyone as a guidebook so that everyone knows about it. Of course, engagement and partnership is good to have. However, it's also important to build it as in a mission-oriented journey. And we have heard Dr. Bassel talking about the missions and our targeted, prioritized mission in the 4 priority. We have already probably have heard about it, launched the health missions a month ago, and we're also launching the sustainability and the other priorities in the next 2 months or 3 months. And based on that, we're also working on creating a blueprint for the innovation districts in the kingdom with the help, of course, of the members in the Alliance, so that there will be a clear blueprint where we have anchors for each priority that everyone will go directly and know about it. And in addition to that, of course, we have to build like a shared vision for all of us to work together, and this would never be happening without having the Alliance and the members of these Alliance. Finally, of course, to have this journey with a sustainable impact and making sure that it actually will continue in the next 10 to 20 years, we had to have a governance. So that's why we're working on establishing a governance structure for this alliance to identify, as we said, the RDI priority anchors. And of course, in a result of that, to develop an innovation district performance index. What we're working here is, rather than having like an index to measure the performance in a measure like in a KPI format, actually the purpose of it is to identify the gaps in order to fill in these gaps as an RDIA entity, and also help out this ecosystem to understand where they're actually performing better and where they need to work more. So this is in general our roadmap when it comes to the Alliance and what we're working on. So I would conclude this session saying that we're working on bridging the borders, again, not only between the national innovation districts, but also globally, to build a sustainable future for our new generation. And thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Hiba. It was really a pleasure working with you. Thank you. Great. So toward the end of the forum, I have a couple of words to say, and then we close. And then we'll speak a little bit about the tours that will take place right after this forum. So ladies and gentlemen, in the conclusion of this forum, I would like to say that together, we're pioneering Saudi Arabia's innovation districts beyond 2030, transforming ideas into reality and partnerships into progress. It's been an honor standing in front of you today, here at KAUST, a place where ideas spark and partnerships thrive. Together, we're building communities that will redefine the innovative landscape for generations to come. Thank you all for your insights. Thanks to our esteemed and respected speakers. Thank you for your engagement, your commitment, and definitely for your attendance. Thanks to RDIA and to KAUST for organizing this amazing opportunity. And until I see you again, Abdurrahman Basagr was with you. Have a safe travel, and we'll see you, inshallah, for the tours. Before leaving, I would like to share with you a couple of announcements about the tours. So we now invite you to explore KAUST through one of the 3 guided tours. We have 3 tours that were scheduled for everyone according to the QR code that you can find on the tables. The first tour will go to KAUST Museum of Science and Technology in Islam. And if you have registered in that tour, please follow our colleague Noorani Noordin. Noorani, if you may raise your hand, please. Noorani is here by the entrance of the hall. The second tour is going to go to KAUST Core Labs. If you're going to KAUST Core Labs, please follow our colleague Ahmed Al-Jifri. Ahmed, if you may raise your hand, please. And the third tour, which is to the KAUST Research and Technology Park Facilities and Startup Showcase, led by our colleague Amr Jazzar. Amr Jazzar, please raise your hand. Also, if I may have your attention, please, for buses. Buses will be available to escort you to the selected tour. Enjoy this unique opportunity to witness innovation in action. And last but not least, please make sure that you take your personal belongings. Buses will depart KAUST right after tours. Please ensure to take your personal belongings. Buses will depart right after tours. Shukran.